let's get into it. Continue. Oh man, I once again do really wish this game had a map. That would be nice. But what we have is a flashbang and a way to kill plants. There might actually be other things that I want to do outside prior to going into this area. But, I think maybe I'll make progress instead of being completionist, so let's go. Hamartia. Is that a word? It is a word. The final page of Acrylon's journal. Let's see. This was somebody warning Acrylon not to go to Artahk because it will, what did they say? You will not only fail, but cause the destruction of everything you care about. Strong. The dying of the light. Oh my god. Everything I have done, everything I have worked for, has led me to this moment, to this great and terrible purpose that stands before me. To make a wish is to destroy part of what I have so desperately sought to save, but it must be done to preserve what will remain, to ensure that future generations will never find themselves beneath an empty sky. I stand now within the decrepit walls of Artahk, my will unbroken. So he didn't succeed, right? That's the takeaway, is the night sky now is completely empty except for the moon? Is my understanding of the situation? The moment I stepped through the gate, I could feel the curse wash over me, like something gnawing at the edge of my mind. A ceaseless evil whisper in my ear. I've taken every precaution. Incense, lays, sigils painted upon my skin, but no ward will hold Betelroth at bay forever. I must hurry if I am to make my wish before rot claims my soul. We haven't seen any in-game representation of whatever rot is hanging over Artahk. Although we have seen the beast. The beast has definitely claimed my life a couple of times. There is a strange, sullen beauty about this place. You can almost see the ghost of what it used to be among the ruins and dust. Imagine the flesh that once hung from the bones, where now only weeds and brambles cling. Quiet, peaceful, yet suffocating. That same suffocating stillness of a forest after fresh snow. Suffocating? That's a word. That's some strong language. And all the while, that dark ziggurat looms over everything. The temple where stars go to die, where I will bloody my hands with the death of one more. Strange magic blocked my passage to the inner sanctum, a ward of some kind in the form of an emerald eye that would seal the gate whenever I was in sight. But I found another path through. Oh, did you? That's curious. Tracing the wall led me to a series of old water channels that offered alternative ingress. The ancient still water was surely toxic and rancid by now, but I make no reservations about leaving this place alive when my task is through regardless. Illness is of no consequence. Fascinating. I was not alone when I emerged into the gardens behind the ziggurat. I sensed the spirit before I saw it, hair standing on end, a rhythmic shudder creeping through my lungs, my heartbeat feeling wrong. So is Betelroth the fox? I think we think that Betelroth is the fox. Standing before me was a fox with gleaming silver fur. Quite a small creature. Oh no, the fox is the trickster. We don't think Betelroth is the trickster. We think Betelroth is the wolf. Quite a small creature in contrast to the powerful aura it imposed upon my soul. Antlers curled up from its head, and its eyes shone with green light. Foxes have antlers? Foxes have antlers? I guess this fox has antlers. A sly, toothy grin spread across its jaws at the sight of me. Greetings, it spoke, though its mouth did not move. It's been a long time since I've had any real guests. Normally, they're frothing at the mouth long before they get this far. I stood, frozen, my mind spinning with the stranger's warnings as I stared down my adversary. My heart twitched, and I stumbled, clutching my chest. Well, anything to say? The fox spoke, chittering to itself. Or has your mind hollowed after all? I breathed in and stood tall, sage of sages, the will and honor to defy a god and stand triumphant. Spirit, I know not your name, but I know what you are, I bellowed. Warden of Artahk, killer of the night! That title seemed to amuse it. I am Acrylon, the last true sage, and I have come to make a wish. Ah, of course. You speak so fondly of the night, I'm sure you already know the true bargain then. A celestial body for a wish, the spirit said to me. It's more fun to play coy, but you seem like a man that's certain of what he desires. I nodded, and the spirit laughed. It led me toward the back of the ziggurat, where an arc of green energy cut through the dark stone and revealed a hidden doorway. A shortcut straight to the temple's heart. Shortcut! Behind the ziggurat! Shortcut behind the ziggurat. Okay. Moonlight flooded the chamber from an opening in the ceiling, illuminating strange patterns of angled spirals carved haphazardly into the barren walls and floor. The room was empty, save a simple stone altar sitting atop a small dais, just like I had seen in my dream. I stood upon it and looked up to the sky. 13 shining emeralds still danced alongside the moon, and I trembled with the thought of one drowning beneath my words. Go on then, make your wish, the spirit urged. Time is running short, you know. My fingers clenched tight. I will see the sky preserved. I wish for no more wishes to ever be granted, for the stars that remain to remain forever. A flash of green light flooded through the room from the altar and crashed back to pool at my feet. Silence took hold. True deafening silence, not even the beating of my heart reaching my ears. Up above, a star vanished from the sky. I breathed out a deep, shaky breath. It was done. Then another blinked out. Then another. Panic rushed through me like a raging river as the night died before my eyes. I reached out as though somehow I might pull them back, and suddenly the cold, devastating realization stabbed through my heart. Too late, the stranger's warning cut through the fog of Bedelroth's teeth in my own desperation, and I saw my folly laid bare. The stars I had seen, the stars in my memory, they had always shone, with bright green light, just the same as this spirit's magic. I had been tricked from the start. The stars didn't exist? Other than, what? Ooh, okay. What have you done? I shouted with fury roused from the farthest depths of my being. Vile demon, what have you done? Why, I've done exactly as I promised, the fox replied, prancing beside me. A wish granted in exchange for a celestial body. Its grin grew wider. You mantled me killer of the night, yes? Then it is my honor to name you killer of the day. Acrylon, glorious sage, who tore the sun from the sky. I reached towards the spirit in rage, only to crumple to the floor as agony consumed me. A flood of emerald light surged through my veins, and my body began to warp before my eyes. Muscles bulging, growing, black fur sprouting from my skin, claws tearing out of my fingers. Okay, so Acrylon is the beast, which is kind of what we expected at this point. As you wished, you will prevent any others from ever reaching this chamber. Never again will someone be able to make a wish with you guarding the gate, so any stars that remain will never fade. Oh, what a joyous victory this must be. I could only scream as the fox's laughter echoed in my ears, with nothing but the lonely moon staring down from above. Okay, so the implication is by the time he made his wish, there weren't any stars left at all. So, the only remaining celestial body was the sun. And then we have what seems like a substitution cipher here. How much effort do I want to put into a substitution cipher? Do I have an easy way to copy this over to, like, a tool to help me with this? Because this is going to be a hassle to actually solve as is. Let's see, kind of looking through it, there's a one-letter word, two one-letter words. So we have E and O. So E and O have to be I and A, I guess. Because what other one-letter words are there? On the other hand, there is a word that is just OE. So how does that work? Maybe this isn't a substitution cipher. I can't interact with it, though. Maybe I'll find something later in the game that gives me more information about it. Okay, this is kind of working. Incitation. All right. Pretenders. No longer. Here we go. Starting the stream off with a couple of bangers. You will know me by many names. Queen of Queens, the Ever-Rule. Lady of Starlight. Airless God Queen to Artahk. Tyrant to some. Yet there is one none would ever dare utter. Unworthy. My path is long, but straight as an arrow. And so long as the stars should hold their shape, it is one that shall fly on into eternity. Well, we've already put paid to that. Already I have lost track of the years. There is a story I would tell before time and wishes and stardust see it forgotten. One not of a god, of no peerless queen, of no heiress born with righteous mandate. One of a girl left in the dirt, and of a hopeful purpose forged from blood and teeth. Teeth. Alright. Countless lifetimes ago when I was young, my mother used to say that the queen was a pretender. In the night, in quiet places where no one would hear, she would tell me how she was no different than us beyond the crown on her head. Born lucky, unfit to rule by any other right. When the slums grew too cold to bear, or the scraps were not enough to keep our bellies from aching, she would comfort me with tales of the true rulers of the past, and what we might someday have again. She dreamed of kings and queens who kept the people in their heart, shirked their pride and greed, and held the crown with honor, a just ruler. And when Paloma put the throne to a contest, she could not resist the call. Paloma? Is Paloma her mother? It was an opportunity to fight for everything she believed in. No, Paloma is someone else. But her mother couldn't resist the call. She could become the queen she dreamed of, create the future she promised to me herself. For once, the old queen's madness was in our favor. I watched my mother die. Cut down in the arena before my eyes. Run through by a brute hungry for power. I could see it in his eyes, as with so many others who fought for the crown, that he had no interest in being a proper king. Just another who wanted to pretend as Paloma had. Oh, Paloma was the queen previously. And yet, I watched as my mother bled out in the dirt, while he stepped closer to the throne. It was a foolish death. She was no warrior. She had not even touched a blade before. But she believed this was the only way. Believed she could win simply because she had to. Now a man whose face I could never forget sat upon the throne, and I finally understood. Despite the truths she dared to sing, even my mother told hopeful lies. There are no just rulers, because the world is not just. They were all, and had always been, pretenders. No longer. In that moment, the queen you know was born, and the promise I made myself drives me still today. I am Menevere All-Reign, daughter to none, and here I stake my one and final claim. I will carve my own right from the rot of this city. I will be no pretender. All right. Well, that is the story of the Ageless Queen. Menevere is the right name for that. So what can we do over here? We've got some red flowers that I still don't know how to interact with. But maybe I will learn how to interact with them? That would be nice. Not a whole lot going on over here. Well, that didn't do anything, did it? N. Excuse me? Excuse me? I didn't... What? I got vined somehow? I don't understand what just happened. Interesting. Oh. Oh, I get it. Okay, so you were impaled by the root of a receding flower. Be sure to stay clear of them when the flower blooms. Okay. I understand what's happening here. So, like, I have the light that kills plants. And also the... Yeah. The crystals retain the light. But if I do this and then flash, it'll flash with the pale light and flip the crystal, which pulls those back. Okay. So if I step next to this, yeah, I see what happens. So I can cause growth with my regular light. So maybe let's just keep the pale light on forever, so that I don't accidentally cause growth that kills me, which seems to be what just happened. E. A. N. L. I. That's a lot of letters. So what did I step on that killed me? Because this wasn't... It must have been this. But I didn't think I turned off... Like, I thought I was just... Yeah, I don't understand. Alright, whatever. Ooh, there's a C. Okay. Alright, what are all of these letters? I should probably be writing these down. Oops. Wrong button. Alright, we have an E there. We have a C here. We have an A and an N. And an L. And an I. It's like Lance, but with an I. I don't know what order this goes in. Uh, can... It's not candle. If the I was a D, it could be candle. Oh, there's an M also. It's not miracle. It's almost miracle, except there's an N instead of an R. M-A-C-L-I-N-E? M-E-C... M-I-L-E... Lime? Mile? Can lime? I'm so bad at this. Oh my god. Apparently I can just walk through here? Well, that's cool. Oh, it takes so long for that to retract. Oh, I need to light the lights. I see what's happening here. Okay, now that's lit, but now I can't get out. So that doesn't quite work. Oh, man. Well, we've stumbled into an actual puzzle. How much of the plant does this retreat? Not enough. Oh, that flipped the far one. I guess the triangle worked. So now that can get flipped? Yeah, it somehow kept the... Oh, I didn't realize there was a light up there. Okay. That changes everything. Can I get on this? Is that what I'm supposed to do to get up there? I seem to need to get up there. Oh, the triangle. What is it? A triangular plate made of solid silver polished to a mirror shine. The reflection warps your expression into a twisted grin. Alright, well, cool. I still can't get to this. I have to do that from up there. Alright, so, walls are not to be trusted, is what I am learning. Walls seem like maybe they're more suggestions than actual things that block me. As long as I approach them from the right place. Okay, so is there any other letters here that I missed? L, M, N, A, C, E, and the I over here. Now we have to hug every wall forever. It's true. Unfortunate, but true. Wait, is this a thing? No, okay. That doesn't do anything either. I like the blue light better than the orange light anyway. Alright. For serious though, what is this an anagram for? What word am I making out of these 7 letters? What's up, Wef? How's it going? Yeah, dude, Artahk. We're learning about how glorious it used to be. Apparently it was once glorious. Now it's just, anagrams and plant-killing light everywhere. Also, I don't know what this is an anagram of. I've been trying to put it together in my head, and I'm not very good at anagrams, I think. The writing in this game is insane. They did a lot of writing. There were a lot of books. Somebody compared it to Skyrim, and I was like, yeah, that's probably an appropriate comparison. Random reading material all over the place. Alright, well, I guess I will keep thinking about anagrams later. And in the meantime, we'll go into here. Courtyard interior. Looking for a way out here. But maybe it's in an upper floor somewhere? Oh, something is happening here. Okay. I see. Insipid. I don't know that this is actually solvable, but it doesn't need to be because I can read the word. The Stoic King. In the wake of the tyrant's death, the city was thrown into chaos. A bloody scramble for the throne. Wait a minute. What story is this a part of? I am missing a lot of information in grains of sand. Okay. Sure. Yeah, this is kind of in media res. Like, did I miss something? Yes, it turns out 3 previous chapters. A bloody scramble for the throne that would last years as supposed heirs rose up from every corner of Artahk to fight for their rightful power. A fittingly bleak period to cap off the Dark Age. Artahk itself was a battleground, carved into pieces, split on arbitrary lines, as the people rallied behind different claimants to the throne. It was as though we reverted to little more than barbaric tribes rather than a civilized people. Somebody's got opinions about barbaric tribes and civilized people. The fighting raged on for years, and the city still bears some scars from it. But in time, one would finally stand above the battle's roar. Kallias, the Stoic King. The Boring King. Wow, what a claim to fame. The absolutely forgettable king for whom it is remarkable that I have more than a footnote to write about. Yes, Kallias's... Wait a minute. Kallias? Kallias? Kallias is a typo. Kallias's great claim to fame, his legacy that makes him worthy of a mark in the history books, is that he was extraordinarily average. A perfectly unremarkable ruler, but one that came after a long period of pure anarchy with no true leader to turn to, and the worst possible man that could be on the throne before that. So through purely circumstantial luck, he was absolutely beloved for a time. Following up on that history, all you have to do is be mildly competent, and people will like you. Yet even the most dull leader must abide by the brutal tax the throne of Artahk demands for lasting power. I haven't told you how such a bland man as Kallias claimed the throne unchallenged, after all. Our bloody legacy holds firm, I assure you. The Night of Jade Moths. For those who don't remember from last stream, moths are, I don't know if psychopomp is the right word, but animals that represent the spirit of death. So moths are bad omenry. They bode. An event even the layman among you may have heard stories of. Callias, unremarkable as he was, had one fleeting moment of clever, if horrifying, epiphany. Tired of the fighting and desperate to sit upon the throne, he learned how the old kings and queens made their wishes, and slipped into the royal palace to steal one for himself. His wish was simple, for everyone else who sought the throne of Artahk to perish. Oh. Well, I guess you could spend a star on killing all of your competition. That's pretty powerful. It worked, to terrifying effect. All throughout the city, and even beyond its walls if rumors are to be believed, anyone who had even the faintest desire to rule erupted into ethereal green fire. The flames did not spread beyond those afflicted, but could not be extinguished by any means. Spirit magic is a nasty thing. I imagine it must have been burning away their very souls. When the fire and the panic died down, ash littered the streets, and no one was left to oppose the new king. In truth, I suspect that Callias himself was horrified at how his wish took shape, and I do feel obligated to reiterate this point, he would go on to do absolutely nothing of particular note after such a dramatic start to his reign. A period of normalcy was just what the city needed after such dark times, I suppose, so I ought not to be too harsh. Of course, I don't need to tell you that this wouldn't last. Okay. Well, let's try this. I'm gonna flip all of these. And then flip this. We're gonna flip all of these, and then flip this. We're gonna flip the whole top row. Flip this. So it's these two that I still need to get. Okay. Oh? I like the blue light better. Interesting. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do with this. Like, I need to get them unsynced somehow. Okay, this is all correct. This part doesn't matter. This is incorrect. Yeah, I've definitely been enjoying it so far. Is there anything else I can interact with here? It feels like there needs to be more that I can interact with. Okay, so this whole row is now synced with this, but not necessarily synced with the other things. Am I missing something about how this interacts? Maybe it's just actually not possible? Well, I got the word out of it, so maybe that's fine. Not sure that it does anything if I flip it correctly. Oh. That needed the triangle. Well, good thing I had a triangle on me. Lucky. Is this a thing? This is not a thing. Okay, good. Great. Alright. I still don't trust walls. But these walls don't seem to be hiding anything particular. This is important, though. Oh, that's going to matter. Take a picture of that bad boy. Yeah, now we can go back down there and read that tablet. Very nearly 100% of this definitely needed to move on. Sure. How much time did you put into the game? This is my second stream, so we're about like 4 or 5 hours in, something like that. Okay. That involves letters in some way. If I want to go over here, I might need to come in from the other side. Seems plausible. And then getting up here... Multiple hours were spent on one puzzle that you hated a lot. It's got a green thing that looks like it's important. Maybe we'll find a way up there later. Also, I don't know what to do with 7 letters that spell probably a word. I'm so bad at word jumbles. Alright, what else is up here? Now that we've looked at some stuff. Hello? Light the torch? Buddy! Some of the torches don't light, huh? Okay, well this looks suspiciously like the thing I just looked at. So, what is that supposed to look like? This shows a diagram that has 2 dots here, 1 dot here, 1 dot here, 2 dots here. These can get pushed around. But only on the spaces that they can get pushed around on. Some spaces they cannot get pushed around on. So what does that mean? What if I cover all of the 2 dot spaces? And then stand here? No, I can't. So what if I cover all of the 1 dot spaces? Maybe you have to do them in an order. Oh, yeah, then that opens this up. Okay, so now I can get them on all of the 2 dot spaces. Which is here. Still like the blue light better. Here. And here. What did that do? This was sealed off and now it's not? Extra suspicious. Oh, I see. It's a way to move between the two relatively easy. Great. I'm looking for words. Where are my words? Also, it didn't do anything with this thing. This is still sealed off. Intriguing. Hang on, I have an email I need to look at. All right. So I guess all of this just opened a door, which is cool. Opening doors is cool. And now I have the ability to get back there maybe slightly easier, and we can walk out here. Where does this take me? A lot of walking around. Courtyard interior. I want to light the torches. Oh, I don't know how to deal with these things. I saw these earlier, and I don't know how to deal with them earlier. And I still don't know how to deal with them, so I guess that's cool. Despot. Yeah, that's a word. Agreed. The Tyrant. The predecessor to the Stoic King. Artahk, the Tyrant, the Wretch, the Butcher. If his name will not be forgotten, let it be mud forevermore. He was a warrior that came to Artahk, chasing the power and authority it commanded, inserting himself among the people until the moment arrived for him to seize the throne with a bloody spear in hand. The queen's gentle nature disgusted a monster like him, so he stole a wish from under her nose and used it to slaughter poor Irenia in a brutal coup. Under his rule, the city turned militant. The walls we now know were raised to keep us safe from non-existent enemies, a criticism he would rebuke by proceeding to make the rest of the world his enemy, and thus justify them after the fact. Those who lived in the city were forced to fight, work, or die, and those beyond its walls cowered in fear of the Tyrant King, with a great spirit's wrath at his command. Oh, he claimed he was righteous, of course, that the previous queen squandered the boons of this place, that she was simply riding the good fortune her father had earned without preparing for the future, that the people grew weak and vulnerable from comfort and indulgence. Nonsense, of course. One need only look at the epithets he proudly proclaimed for himself to know what wretched ideals he sought. Butcher of the Grand Hollow, breaker of the West Gate, the iron-fanged wolf. He was a warmonger through and through. In fact, I see Artahk as a very simple creature, a soldier that could not exist without a war, and so he fought for a way to make his own, to bend the world to fit his broken perspective, rather than tame the rage boiling inside. Luckily, those with such an outlook are, by nature, also quite small-minded. He was no exception. Despite holding the power to make spirit-granted wishes for decades, he evidently never made any that would ensure his legacy. I, for one, am certain that it is only a matter of time before Artahk is held beneath the boot of a monarch who has wished himself immortal, and reigns for the rest of history, even if, mercifully, none seem to have had the conviction thus far. That did end up happening, but, by a good person? Which is probably the person in the other story, right? Pretender no longer. Melvenir, right? Meveline, whatever her name is. For Tanakh, he would eventually be slain and his brutal reign brought to an end. Whether it was a foreign assassin, a betrayal of his inner circle, or a rebellion of the people, none can say for certain, as here our history becomes quite murky for a time. The city had been utterly broken under the tyrant's reign, and without his wrath to hold the crumbling pieces together, Artahk collapsed. Alright. Well, I still don't know how to interact with red flowers. But we have opened some more doors, so that's cool. Can't go that way. Can't interact with this garbage yet. So, back to the blue light special. Make our way out of here. We appear to have exhausted the things that I can do on this side of the castle. Mildly annoyed that not all of the torches can be lit. This is interesting. There's like a little... It's... The tile here is not shaded the same way that the tiles on either side of it are. You think that means something? Probably not. Nothing I can walk through there. Alright, well, that's enough loops of this place. Although I still don't know what this is. Meanlick? That's not... There are many words that this is not, unfortunately. I should just do like an anagram tool. I don't really feel like trying to put this together. Anagram tool. Anagram solver. Fantastic. C-A-N-L-I-M. Melanic is a word? What does that even mean? A creature such as a moth exhibiting melanism. Exhibiting melanism. Okay. Nope. Apparently not that. The other thing it suggested is Nemial with a C in front. Nope. Not that. Okay. Am I missing a letter then? Is there another letter here that I didn't see before? Is there an 8th letter that's going to bring all of this together in a way that's more obvious? A, C, E, L, M. The one plain sight N. And the one plain sight I. Is that actually an anagram? That's horrifying, Wef. Why would you do that? All right, what if we ignore the N and the I? Because those are not covered. Then I have E-C-A-L-M. It's a real anagram, and it's also a website. Fantastic. Yeah, I don't see anything else that I can do with this. So I must be missing a letter. I'm sorry you think so, Senna? I apologize for reminding you of history that you may not have wanted to remember. Am I wrong about some of these letters? Are they not the letters I think they are? E, C, A, N, M, L, I. What if instead of an M, that's a W? If it's not an M, but a W, does that change anything? No. It doesn't give me a 7-letter word. Are any other letters here potentially wrong in some way or another? All of the hidden letters are just straight up... No, all these letters are... There's nothing... That's probably not a W, and also none of the other letters can do that. Maybe there's more letters on the other side. Does this wrap around? Oh, this is where I started. Yeah, we've been here. Okay. That was just confusing in a way that it did not need to be. Yo, that's a key. They got keys up here? I want the key. How do I get the key? Is there an obvious red flower to interact with that I still don't know how to interact with? No. There is one over there. Like, it's kind of off screen. Down in the bottom left here. Maybe. Oh, lasers. Yo, we got lasers? Love lasers. A lot of lasers. That didn't do anything. I can't help but notice that none of these lasers are lasering, which is maybe more of a problem. God, these maps are so big. It's such a problem. Oh, here we go. All right, finally. Found a laser. Okay, so the laser can be red or blue. Let's make the laser blue, since I don't think red light does anything for me. Well, found more letters. That's cool. Except I can't get to them. So I guess that's not cool. Pretty uncool, in fact. Oh, maybe it does need to be red, since there's like a flower that it's hitting? Okay. So now it's red light. What does that do? Does that do anything? doesn't seem to do much of anything either way. How sad and disappointing. So many pieces of the world that just don't do anything yet. Ugh. So many lasers! Oh. Okay, something is happening. But there's still, like, the green wall here. Alright, so we need blue lasers from here. Can I finally do something here? Wait, if this isn't lit, doesn't it still... Oh, no, it does not. Okay. I don't know if that matters, but... that has shined on that to do something. Alright, what if this was... This one doesn't do anything if it's red. Because it just stops at the plant, right? Yeah, what does the orb do, actually? That's a good question. A large orb made of pure silver. You swear you can see a pair of eyes that aren't yours reflected on the surface whenever you aren't looking directly at it. Ominous! Heck yeah! So what turned off the green laser? Because that was, I guess, when the laser hit the thing. Oh, I see. I understand. All right, well, we did it right, is what I'm hearing. Do I know what these shapes mean? I've seen shapes like these. I don't think I have seen these particular shapes. And the only direct translation for shapes that I have seen doesn't cover any of these. This is interactable? Oh, it needs the orb. So we gotta go find another orb. Alright. Maybe if I follow this laser, it'll show me another orb. The bottom here is lit? Oh no. Oh no. Okay. Oh, so I just need to do... It's these three. Do I just need to do them in order? Maybe I just need to do them in order. Left to right, probably. Who knows? This is a lot of letters. All right, let's see if I can do anything with that. There's a lot of different ways to interpret this, but okay, we'll go top to bottom, left to right. Okay. We'll go left to right and then top to bottom. Okay. We'll go top to bottom, right to left. I don't feel like I'm getting anywhere here. It sure does not seem like any of these things are doing the thing. Whatever that thing is. Can I interact with any of these? Do I have any hints from somewhere else that I took a picture of? I'm not convinced that that is an appropriate hint. Boy, it sure is a shame that main character doesn't know how to speak this language. Alright, if we assume these are 1, 2, 3 in some order, and we treat the vertical one as 1, the T is 2, and the horizontal one is 3, then we have, from left to right, 3, 2, 1, 1, 3, 2, 2, 1, 2, 2, 3, 1. Which is not an easy pattern to figure out an order for. Alright, let's try right to left and then top to bottom. This is... Nope. I feel like I am missing some information here. Alright, we'll come back to it, because I will definitely remember to come back to this place. That sounds like a thing I will remember. Very good at remembering to do things. That's me. Are you the wrong color, buddy? Looks like a pedestal that's meant to hold something. Yeah, no, I kind of figured that one out. How about you be that color also? Randomly flashbang and see if that does anything. Alas, it didn't. Oh, it's middle, right to left. So, sure. I forgot that this showed up. Alright, so I hit the order, I think correctly at some point. But it didn't want to do it when I was already spamming. Yeah, okay. Alright, what does that connect to? You see how good I am at remembering things. Where are we trying to get this to? Trying to hit the bottom of this thing, maybe? Doesn't seem like it would do much. And I guess I have the ability to go... like that. I don't know what that does for me. Does that hit anything I care about? guess it could hit this. That doesn't seem particularly relevant to my interests. And I don't think we can hit this thing. So, how does that help? This can't go anywhere else, right? It's stuck in this kind of area. Okay. I guess I can also send it north here. That will again not hit anything I care about. I can maybe hit this monolith. Nope. There's a wall in the way. Can I hit this monolith? Maybe. Can I push over 2 more? I cannot do that. I can only push over 1 more. I can't hit the center thing. Where am I sending this? What are we doing here? Like, I did this, and now what's the point? It sure didn't give me a second orb. So much rubble everywhere. Can't do anything over there. I guess I could send it over to the right? Here? Is there anything I could hit over here? Or like, what if this was just out of the way? What does that do for me? Not a whole lot. Still no good. It could go as far up as here. So it could go up to like here and send across. Seems like there ought to be a door here, doesn't it? Just based on like the ground. I am once again confused. This game does that, like a lot. I guess it did it less earlier on, but it sure does. This whole stream so far has been a lot of I'm not sure what to do next. Well, that's unfortunate. What is this laser for? What is this laser supposed to connect to? Distressing. What if it was red instead of blue? Would that do anything? What if they were both red? How did I get through this before? I feel like I did something weird here that didn't work, but I don't know why it didn't work. Because it ended up working. Yeah, like, now I don't even know how to replicate my previous solve. The tangle is incredibly overwhelming and you wish you'd drawn a map. I am not particularly good at cartography is the thing. So I don't know that I would be able to draw a reasonable map that would show me the things that I need to draw a map for. Like, not having any in-game mapping is certainly a choice at this point in our lives. In the year of our Lord 2025? Yeah, none of this does anything. None of this does anything, and it's kind of weird. All right, let me see if I can find an orb somewhere else then. While I definitely remember that this place exists and will come back to it, because you all know how powerful my memory is. There's like laser stuff over here that I can't... Oh, there's the orb. So there's that. We just need to get the lasers over here lit. How do we do that, do you suppose? What piece of available functionality will turn on lasers over here? Sure are a lot of crystals that wouldn't mind getting lit, as long as there was a laser to begin with. Can I somehow take that laser from the left side and bring it over to here? Is that a thing that's gonna fire the laser? Yes, okay, great. Whew. Can that not... I guess there's a wall there. Okay. Need to open this up somehow. Hey, look, there's a laser shining. I think I did something there earlier. Oh, I did. Because there was this thing with the letters that I didn't know how to see all of the letters. P-S-U-O-T... IV... Impetuous? No, that's not an IV. S-P-U-O-T-I-V. But there's probably other letters there too that I can't see because I can't get close enough. Because I don't know how to interact with red flowers. Does this turn? Does not seem to. I can fire this laser the other direction if I wanted to. Oh, no, I can't. It has to come in the blue side and go out the other side. So I am limited in how I can make that happen. Oh, okay. I don't know why I didn't realize that this was an option, but okay. Oh, it did it. It lit a thing. So now this can be moved to here, where it'll hit this once this goes out of the way. Okay, orb obtained. Well, that was a trial. The vault. Hearsay. Okay. The Golden King. All right. This is the first. Yo, there's another ciphered text. Is it the same cipher? It looks like it could be the same cipher. Except I'm no longer convinced that it's just a cipher, because there is a single letter E and a single letter O and also a single letter A. How many single letter words are there? Like, there's A and there's I and... U doesn't count? Like, this doesn't seem like it comes together in any way possible. But okay, green text. Maybe green text will make sense later on. This is my suspicion, is that at some point later on, green text will make sense, so I need to remember where there's green text. What was the other thing with green text? It was the end of Acrelon's journal. Dying of the light. Dying of the Light and the Golden King. Greetings and salutations, dear reader. Welcome and be honored to experience the journey I am soon to take you on in this treatise on the long chain of wondrous rulers we have been subject to here in glorious Artahk. Or rather, a treatise on what it means to rule, on what we can learn from the rulers of the past, on how utterly doomed we are, based on the patterns formed in our history. For those blessed enough to be unfamiliar with my work until now, I already like this author. My name is Zolan Marigold, scholar, philosopher, local drunk. For the studious among you, yes, that Marigold family. No, I am not a sage. Yes, I am most certainly an incredible embarrassment to my ancestors. I take a certain pride in it, truly. In this work, I aim to recount the history of all those that have seen fit to call themselves kings and queens of this place, their long and storied reigns, or in some cases quite the opposite. I will tell you of their greatness and their terribleness, all through my entirely unbiased eyes. Yeah, you know you're unbiased when you tell people that you're unbiased. That is a sure sign of your lack of bias. Things on my desk getting in my way. How dare you? Now, I would be remiss not to address that where I have chosen to start on this journey is not, in fact, the true beginning. You should all be familiar with the tale of how this glorious place was founded. 3 legendary heroes liberating the temple that now serves as its heart from the clutches of a dark spirit, and being granted the means to make paradise, their words, not mine, as their reward. A great sage, a renowned warrior, and an outlaw looking for redemption. Figures so legendary that no one seems to have bothered to remember what their actual names were. It is for that reason that I am electing to ignore these very early days in our history. I find their veracity dubious at best, and in truth, would simply find it dreadfully annoying to discuss a man with no name at length. Yes, as the story goes, the warrior would go on to drive off his 2 companions and take the throne for himself, only to go mad, raving about the stars later in life. Unfit to rule and unwilling to relinquish the crown, his son had no choice but to take it by force. Green text, I don't know what that means, but we'll figure it out later, probably. And thus we arrive at our first true ruler, Akenad, whose reign they call our Golden Age. Ah, Akenad, he who made Artahk glorious! He who once starved himself for months just so that his people could eat. He who ended a drought by demanding the skies open and shower the land with rain. He who stood twice the size of any other man. He who, apparently, single-handedly defeated an entire invading army with his bare hands. Is it sinking in that none of these sound particularly true yet? Indeed, though he exists a step beyond the realm of pure myth that our founders reside in, much of what Akenad was truly like beyond his status as father of the Golden Age seems to be lost to time, or rather, discarded in the pursuit of an ideal idol. The fantasy of a perfect king who led us from nothing into glorious future is an enticing one, I must admit. Truly, if we only take what is strictly written of Akinad, the only blemish on his entire reign is that tiny little bout of patricide he indulged in right at the start. The truth may be lost, but it is easy enough to see what happened. In a broader sense, he must have been truly great. By all accounts, the Golden Age was no farce, and he did uplift this place to worldwide renown. The good he did outweighed whatever ills I'm certain came with it, so as time passed, those that recorded our history ignored the bad and amplified the good, until we arrived at the absurdity of some of his feats claimed today. We, as a people, will always, always glorify the past. Never forget that. Then again, perhaps in this instance I am being overly cynical. The throne of Artahk does command the unfathomable power of wish magic, after all. Maybe through this, Akinad truly was a giant who crushed armies with his fists and commanded the skies with his voice. Whatever the case, the moths still found him in the end, as they always do. His crown passed to his daughter, and the Golden King became just another grain falling down the wretched hourglass of this city. A golden, glorious grain to be certain, but just another soon to be lost in the sand all the same. Alright, what if I had the other flame up when I looked at this? Does not change anything. Alright, cool. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Very neat. Menevere, may her glory reign eternal. Okay, she was last. She was the most recent one, because stuff broke apart after her. Erenia, gentle and beloved. Erenia came before Tenok. Akinad, glorious and stalwart. Stalwart and glorious. Tenok, vile and cruel. Paloma, opulent and mad. Paloma was before Menevere, I think. I think Paloma was 5th, if Menevere is 6th. And before Paloma... Erenia... Kallias. Okay. So what we have so far is Akinad first, and then his daughter, and then Tenok, who took over from Erenia, I think. Yes. So Akinad first. Oh my god, please. Tenok is going to be 3rd because he took over from Erenia. I guess I have to prove to the game that I have done the reading. So Erenia is 2nd. And that means Kallias is 4th? Sure. I believe that as much as I believe anything. Seems correct. Gotta light all the torches. Uh-oh. I don't know how to walk on water. Maybe now I know how to walk on water. Great! Got an achievement party trick. Water walking boots. Gaudy boots with gold trim that once belonged to the vain Queen Paloma. Supposedly, they allow the wearer to walk on water. Well, I agree. Egress, sure. So this is more about Menevere's story. Months turned to years as I toiled in service to the false crown. After Paloma? I tell you no tales of a girl... Oh, Paloma herself, toiling in service of Paloma. I tell you no tales of a girl who waltzed in from the streets and claimed the throne then and there, who found victory merely because her cause was just. That was the folly of my mother. This world is uncaring, and it will give you nothing. It rewards no virtue and demands that you fight for every inch of progress with grueling sweat and bitter blood. All that you earn must be taken with a firm hand, and you must hold it tight and never let go once you have it. The vile so often rise to power because they understand this innately. The desire to take and to hoard is written into their very nature. They never for a moment saw the world as anything but a conquest. Always remember this lesson well. If you live a life of comfort and peace without having known struggle, it is because you stand in the shadow of someone who has. I will shelter you in mine for as long as I can. More than half a decade I spent working the fields of the royal gardens. I worked myself to the bone and endured every punishment, day in and day out, training and learning and waiting for the perfect moment to arrive. I made little moves here and there, a sturdy branch to be whittled, smuggled away instead of turned to kindling, a pruning knife disappearing in the night, a particularly cruel nobleman with no respect for his servants, finding his favorite overlook less sturdy than he remembered, and plummeting down into the water channel below. All the while, I like how she casually admits to murder in the same breath as, like, stealing a branch. Like, basically the same thing. Sure. All the while, Tayana was at my side. Those days are still all I can think of when now I walk through the flowering terraces. She was my friend, my ally, my anchor against the pull of reckless vengeance, yet I fear she also softened my judgment. There came a day where a new servant was set to work the gardens, an impetuous woman with pale skin and green eyes. Even before I knew what I know now, I found her suspicious. She was careless and aloof, always running her mouth to fill every hint of silence, and never once did I see her outside of those fields. Tayana did not share these suspicions. She let the strange woman's words worm their way into her ear and twist her thoughts toward hopeful delusions. A festival was soon to be held in the main plaza that would surely be a wonderful thing to behold, the green-eyed woman said, and what a pity that there was no way for us to ever see it. I could see the stars shining in Tayana's eyes as she let the notion fill her idle thoughts. Of course, clever as she was, she knew that I had the means to sneak us out of the palace undetected. In a moment of weakness, I gave in. At least the memory will always hold some warmth. We slipped out into the night between poorly arranged guard patrols, dressed in rags cobbled together to hide our status as servants of the crown. The excursion was not without worth to my goals. With my years of observation and plotting, moving freely around the palace proved effortless, emboldening, and I had not seen the city beyond its walls in so very long. I saw firsthand how it was festering beneath Avarin's callous incompetence. Tayana was blinded by errant nostalgia. She saw flickering lights in festive stalls, and it brought her back to happy memories of her youth. I could see the truth lurking in the cracks. The plaza was beautiful, it's true. Colorful banners hung all around the dusty streets, lanterns spread like stars, flooding everything with warm light, wonderful aromas filling the air. But it was all a distraction. The city was a starving husk, gilded over to keep appearances instead of given the food it needed. Beggars lined every street. I wished desperately that I had something I could offer them. Every merchant was armed, some making no attempt to disguise it. Thieves must have been rampant, and the crown clearly provided little aid in keeping the peace. A weariness hid behind every face I saw, nervous uncertainty pervading even those that acted joyous. Oh, this is a lot of text. I knew that if even the inner ring was like this, the people were in need of a true leader now more than they ever were under Paloma. Tayana enjoyed herself more than I had ever seen before, and perhaps that alone justified the risk. She made me an offer that night I wish she had not. What if we didn't go back? We've made it this far, avoided any suspicion here among the people. We could simply leave. Be free. You and I could start a new life somewhere else beyond these walls. Yuri? This is the second fairly obvious suggestion that there are a lot of lesbian relationships going on here. In that moment, I hesitated for the first time in a long time. Yet in my bones, I knew that there was never a choice to be made. I could not abandon this place. I had staked my claim on the throne, and even now I swear that I will not run from that duty for as long as I draw breath. We cannot. These walls hold a vast desert at bay. We would never survive it as we are, is what I told her. I could not reveal my true motives, though, as I always suspected, she guessed them all the same. Yes, of course. There are always more walls, it seems, she said in turn. She looked up to the stars with a wistful gaze for a moment, then offered me a knowing smile. Besides, the people will need their queen, won't they? That was our final conversation. We were caught on our way back to the palace. Okay. So, the water walking boots means that I now have access to a place that I previously didn't in the Tangle, in the early area. So I guess maybe we backtrack? I don't super like backtracking yet without the ability to interact with the red flowers, because there's a lot of stuff in that area that needs the red flowers as well. But I don't know how much further we get here. And I still don't know what this laser's about. Can I do anything from here? Doesn't seem like it. That definitely doesn't get me anywhere. Nothing over there is lit. And this doesn't seem like it connects to anything, so I don't really know what the point of it is. Alright, whatever. Maybe it's the actual solution to the puzzle that I accidentally solved earlier. Somehow required in a way. Oh, I see. This was supposed to be blue. Nah, I think I understand what it's doing. This was supposed to be blue to knock out the plants, and then this could be red in order to get through here while not having one of these crystals lit up as blue. And that means the thing would be lit, and I could get through there while it's lit. Sure. I still need to get up here for the key, but that really does look like it requires the red flower. I don't see any other way to do that. That's in a weird position. This I've engaged with. This, I think, is new territory. Wow, no instructions? Terrible news. Is there another one? That's not enough. Oh, there's one over here. Ah, yeah. Yeah, okay. I forgot about vines. I did not vines correctly. Alright, but I think I know what I'm doing over there. IV OT SPU. IV OT SPU. Nope, still missing something. There are more letters involved. Alright, so what we can do is 1, 2, 3. Oh, really? Oh, so we need to, like, come in here and flash both. Like, does this light them both? It does light them both. Okay. All right, I see. I see. Did that work? I don't think that worked. Wow. Maybe I can light it from here? I don't know. The cooldown on this thing is a little too high. Maybe I can grab this one first? Waiting for the light to go out. Is the light not gone out? Okay, light's gone out. Great. Oh, and then I need to... Oof. Did that not do it? Ugh. MLA? I don't actually remember what that stands for. I just know that it's a format that you have to write in when you're submitting papers. Did that do it? No? There's more? Oh my god, there's another one up here. Can I go in here? I can't go in here. Okay, I didn't realize there was another one up here. Oh no, that's awful. Okay, no wonder it hasn't been working. Okay, now the upper one has gone out. So I think I have to light this one, hit the one at the bottom, hit the upper one. No, actually, I think I start at the bottom, now that I think about it. I think I do start at the bottom. There we go. Delirium. Did I misspell it? Ah, it's an I. Fine. The Mad Queen. Ah, this also has text. genteel text I do not understand. This brings us back to the present, to Her Majesty, our lovely, insane Queen Paloma. I will try to make this brief to avoid being executed, but I make no promises of being kind in the words I do have. She is only the second in our history to have become queen through simple, peaceful inheritance, and serves as living proof that it is not, in fact, an objectively good system. Irenia was a fluke in more ways than one, it would seem. Growing up under her exceedingly ordinary father's rule, Paloma clearly developed a hunger for excitement and festivity. All these years later, I think she has still yet to sate it. While we common folk struggle and languish in the outer ring, she does nothing but throw extravagant feasts and festivals for the nobles. She is obsessed with frivolous displays of opulence, and cares for nothing but her own amusement and luxurious indulgence. I heard she once wasted a wish on a pair of magic shoes that let her walk on water just for a party trick. Unfathomable power, capable of great and terrible things, and that is what she chooses to do with it. I'm sure they're already collecting dust somewhere in the royal vault now that she's had her brief moment of fun. I suppose I should be grateful that she's never used that power for anything else. So then how does Paloma, the eccentric, opulent queen who subverted the pattern of brutal ascension, choose to pass on her crown? Why, she's announced a grand gladiatorial contest for the throne, free for all to enter and fight to the death for a chance to be king. What an absurdly perfect proof of my point. I'm not sure whether to think this idea is merely another bout of madness, or if Paloma is perhaps sharper than I gave her credit for, and she has done this as an intentional statement on our legacy. That perhaps in doing this, she is saying, look, this is how it has always been. Savages beating each other bloody in the name of power and glory. I have merely stripped away the pretense. Whatever the case, this madness will change little for the common man. It is as I said, only the unworthy ever chase the throne. No one truly good will enter this contest, and whoever comes out on top will be nothing but a bastard desperate for power. Then, in time, someone will kill them to take the throne for themselves, carrying on Artahk's cursed legacy. I guarantee it. If, somehow, I am wrong, and you would like to take it up with me, you can find me sampling the latest batch of Kolonche somewhere in the Outer Ring, or in the dirt, depending on when you are reading this. Zolan Marigold. Okay. Alright. Okay, so this is a hint that we need to go find the water walking boots also. The Royal Parterre. Okay. So this eye is blocking this alone. That's an easy fix. And then this needs to be red. Oh, I don't understand. I don't understand yet. Hang on. What's up, Drew? Welcome to the stream. How y'all doing? Yeah, this needs to... Oh, this needs to be blue. This needs to be blue. That was the problem. There we go. Perfect. Rectify. I would love to rectify. Let's rectify some things. Congratulations, Drew and company. You have arrived at a very reading all the things time in my life. There is a lot of things to be reading. This game, somebody previous stream compared this game to Skyrim in terms of how many books you're reading at various times and places. How much text that exists. And the best part about it is, it's all relevant, because you need the text in order to solve the puzzles. That's... I'm gonna call it great, but Up to you. Not for everybody, I think, is the correct take here. But I am definitely enjoying it. Anyway, thank you, Configuration Queen. Thank you, Drew the Jamager. Thank you all for being here. I am suspecting that Shadowed Mage was once again a part of this party. Looked like an old school RPG? It does. It very much does. Yeah, if you kind of look at this and look at like the tools I have to use and the way that I walk around and stuff, it's very old school feeling. It's very kind of game maker, not quite, maybe, I'm not sure. RPG game maker kind of game. But it's got it's real, it's got a lot of lore. It's got a lot of lore. Yeah, the particular piece of lore that we just unlocked is the woman who is trying to take over the crown in the history of this and eventually becomes the immortal queen of Artahk, who lives for a long time. Millennia, maybe? Unclear. But is very mad about injustices that previous rulers have done while they were ruling Artahk. So we're going to read, is what's going to happen. It should have been impossible. I knew every guard patrol, the habits of every person in the palace who might have crossed our path. I remained certain I made no error. Something moved against me. For our transgression, the audacity to spend a moment of our time on anything beyond toiling for the crown, we were punished harshly. When we were sent back to work, Tayana was taken away to serve as one of Averin's personal attendants. I never saw her again. What I later learned of her fate is better left unsaid. That checks out, actually. Nobody is allowed to be happy in this game. I was sent instead to work as an assistant in the forge, hauling supplies and metal through sweltering heat. The work was grueling, suffocating, devoid of the little pleasures like clear skies and pleasant breezes the gardens offered as concession. Yet again, Averin's arrogance aided me in preparing his demise. Nearly a year I worked the forge. Every day I kept a keen eye out for any scrap of metal I could squirrel away unnoticed. Anything with a sharp edge, anything small enough to hide. Nails, discarded spearheads, broken blades. Every night, I set to work giving them a new purpose. I was forced to sleep in a makeshift bunk packed in the corner of an old storage room, one within earshot of the forge that still ran in the time I was given for rest. The sound of hammer against metal rang through my ears at all hours, so incessant, I can hear it still. Clang, clang, clang. A droning constant like the wicked heartbeat of the palace. I used it as cover for my work. The branch I had taken from the garden, whittled and carved into the shaft of a weapon bit by bit, each stroke of the knife hidden beneath the hammer's beat. Clang, clang, clang. I drove stolen scrap metal through the wood by hand, inch by inch, night by night, as the hammer droned on. I still bear the scars upon my palms. The instrument that took shape was baptized in my own blood, but it hungered for Averin's. You know it now as the mace I carry with me to this day, a wicked thing, forged with all the hatred and rage I could muster, whose jagged edges strike fear in all who look upon it, as any tool worthy to take lives ought to be. I name it Crownbreaker, bane of false monarchs. The loss of Tayana and the glimpse I had been given of how the city suffered reinvigorated me. I was alone again, and wasted not a single moment of it. I knew the routines of the palace by heart at that point. Once I had my weapon, all that remained was to find my opportunity to strike. Make no mistake, my coronation was the day my mother died. Averin was never worthy, and the crown was never his to wear. I could have stolen a wish. I knew of them then, and knew well enough where the chamber was. I did not. It would have been cowardice, a dereliction of my claim, and a waste on such a loathsome creature as Averin. This was my claim. I would carve my own right. I would not be crowned by another. I would claim no divine intervention from a wish-granting spirit. It would be through my will alone that I claimed my rightful throne. I assure you that in this, I never once wavered. Yep. This definitely paints a very different picture of the wise immortal queen than other texts have shown us. Thank you, Queen. Yeah, she's way angrier than I gave her credit for. But I guess that makes sense. Like, how else are you going to become a king or a royal to begin with, right? There's no way. Oh, I see how this works. Okay. I trust. I believe. Did that do anything? I don't think that did anything. Maybe that's wrong? Hey, look, a swan. Fascinating. Why didn't that do anything? Maybe it did something somewhere else? Oh, I think it lowered this. Okay. I guess it did do something. It just didn't do the thing that I was looking for. Step in the right direction, though. Yeah, so the lore for this game is real wild. There is a whole lot going on here. Looks like lasers. Now is the time for lasers. Probably. Oh, this place is big? Why big maze? Why so maze? Oh boy. Alright, what's up here? Oh, lasers. Fantastic news. We'll start with this. So that gives me a shape. I will take a picture of this shape so that I can remember it when I am asked. And hopefully that is all the information I need in order to resolve a puzzle somewhere else. Probably not. There's probably more to it. But that seems like a good start. Nowhere near enough. There's a lot more to do here. And I don't know how to do any of the a lot that I still need to do. Because it really looks like there is a lot more to do. Oh, I haven't been up here yet. Ah, and now it gives me a new pattern. Okay. New pattern. Understood. Let's go open up the new pattern. I'm gonna need more water. All right, the new pattern is, this is left, right, 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 left. Aha! That turned off a green laser somewhere. That's not helpful. That also turned off a green laser somewhere. I can go through here. That doesn't seem to do anything down here. Oh, no, it does. It definitely does. So we'll take a picture of that one, too. And then... Oh, this is now open. Oh, because of this laser. Okay. So where else can that laser go here? What if I did this? What does that do for me? Does it miss? Is it the wrong height? Gross. Oh, now there's 3 shapes. Terrible news. I don't know what shape they all need to be, but presumably any shape will do. know about this. This is looking not great. Have I screwed everything up? Is everything more screwed up now? I've never seen one of these that cycles through 3 different pictures. All right, have a good sleep, Queen. Thanks for being here. Thanks for coming by. Yo, Shadowed Mage, thank you so much for the continued support. Welcome back to the adventuring party. Happy to have you around, my friend. 96 months is a long time. And I think it's you, Mershana, and Senna up at that almost triple digits. Miss being more involved in the raid due to eating. That's completely fair. That's honestly fully understandable. Oh, this is almost there. Now it's just this one. Ah! Ah! Yeah, I'm 1 short. The whole center row is off. Did that do anything? Now it's again 7 and 2 with the corners. I've been in this situation before also, and I don't know what to do with it. 2 in the center. Now it's just the bottom row. That's cool. That's progress, maybe? Feels like a Rubik's Cube in the wrong number of squares. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, now it's literally just the center tile is off. Ugh. Oh, again, just the center tile is off. That's cute. Wow. Whoa, did I get there? Wow. Presage. Great. Your reward for solving puzzles in this game is lore. Everybody loves lore. The Final Reign. Vision of Finality. Okay, tell me more. I find myself alone in darkness. I stand on the familiar tiles of the throne room, except the floor stretches endlessly toward the horizon. And nothing but a black sky stands above it. Pale light shines upon me from nowhere. A dream. Menevere? A strangely familiar voice comes from behind me, and I turn to face it. I am met by myself, but as I was a long, long time ago. A child who has yet to lose her mother. Getting a lingo vibe, kind of. In lingo, the reward for puzzles is more puzzles. In this game, you get lore, and lore is an integral part of solving more puzzles. What did you do? She says with fearful dread. A dripping sound reaches my ears. I look down to find that I am dressed in my old servant garb, stained with blood, and holding a mace drenched in red. Exactly as I was the moment I took the throne. I can feel the dented crown upon my head. So is succession in this case just like, ah, you killed the king? I guess you get to be king now. Like there's no like treason or anything like that. Just like, oh, you killed the king? Good job. I have done what needed to be done to set things right, I tell her. The world would not give us a true ruler as Mother spoke of, so we were forced to become one. I have done the best I can. No! You killed to get your way! A just ruler would never do that! My younger self cries. You are a monster! A butcher! I narrow my gaze and stare deep into her eyes, but it all feels genuine. I see only myself staring back. If this vision is the fox's doing, he has put considerably more effort into his deception than I've ever known. The fox, again. To think that violence is never necessary is naive. An overly idealistic position, I say. There are those in this world that will answer to no logic but that of sharpened teeth. Those with power that will not surrender an inch until they see blood. This world will take and take and take until there's nothing left, unless you are willing to plant your heels and take back when the need arises. Then what does that make you, an immortal queen who intends to rule for the rest of time? Would you ever give up the throne if it was not taken by force? She shouts back. You only say what you need to justify what you've done. You're just another pretender lying to yourself. No, I am honest in all I do, I say firmly. I truly believe that Averin deserved death for what he let himself become, and that killing him was the only path to the throne. I have made my claim and stuck to it. There was never another way is a coward's mantra, my younger self counters. You never attempted to take another path, and you were afraid to consider you were wrong. What of the guards that tried to stop you? Did they too deserve death? How much bloodshed can you justify to try and hide that you were nothing but another power-hungry hypocrite? I feel a wetness upon my feet, and look down to find I am standing in a pool of blood. The corpses of those that blocked the door to the throne room lie at my feet. I bow my head in respectful acknowledgement. Not to acquit monarchicide as treasonous? I mean, it probably should be, right? Like, killing the king? Regicide, also, please. I would say regicide is definitely treasonous. So it's a little surprising to me that somebody can just kill the king and become king, right? Like, there needs to be a whole lot more killing than just the king. Otherwise, everybody involved in the king court would just see you put to death afterwards. The time I had to act was short, and they would not listen to reason. Life often presents messy choices where no outcome is wholly good. All decisions have consequences. That does not make it wicked to decide. When I look back up, my reflection now stands as I was when I served the crown, dressed in unstained servant rags. A solemn look paints her face. Why did you not leave with her? She says softly. You could have been happy and free. You threw that away, along with her life, in the name of pursuing power. Countless others would have suffered Tayana's fate had I not held firm and taken the throne. The people's safety and comfort must always come before my own. That is the way of a true ruler. You can make anything sound just when you hide behind the greater good, the mimic replies. You dishonor her memory to treat her suffering as just another step on your path. If you had acted sooner, she would still live. She is starting to melt, dripping with strange black ooze. Oh, that's concerning. I tighten my grip on my mace only for it to vanish. The other me begins to shamble forward, struggling under its faltering form. I would have saved her if I could, I shout back. I would have saved everyone that suffered under false kings and queens. I was not ready yet. There was nothing I could do. Do not dare mistake my acceptance for lack of remorse. Be honest with yourself already, the thing shrieks, its voice becoming guttural. What will the people do when you are crushed under the weight of duty everlasting? When the incontestable queen turns mad? She is a shifting black mass that only vaguely holds my shape now. Maws of bestial teeth begin to form along its flesh. Its face melts and two jagged red stars stare back at me from where my eyes used to be. I will shoulder this burden until the end of time if I must. I will not falter. I will not break, I say resolute. You will not shake me from my purpose, creature. I am you! You have doomed the city to crumble and decay when you are gone. What you have built will not last. The inky sludge starts to form into tendrils lined with sharpened teeth as the creature gets close enough to grab at me. You were too afraid to entrust your legacy to another, too afraid to relinquish control, too afraid to let it be proven that you were never the only one worthy. Now all you have done will be for nothing, the creature wails. Pathetic, pathetic! I notice that one tendril is tipped not by a normal tooth, but one forged of gleaming silver. Just moments before it thrusts through my heart. The creature laughs as I bleed out until the sound drowns out my thoughts. I think I begin to laugh with her before I wake. And then there is more teal text in Vision of Finality. All right. Great. All right, where else are we going here? There is yet more to be done. Oh, I can't cross there. How sad. Well, I really need, however, whatever tool is necessary to use these red flowers. It sure feels like that's pretty important right now. All right, what about up here? What can we do here? This is open. Like, one of your biggest issues with the game's writing is that every sentence is nearly so damn long. Yeah, that's true. They do take their time with the writing. There is a lot of writing in this game. This is open now. There's an indentation in the stone. Oh, this is the swan. We need to bring the swan here. Okay. So this is the way out. But also, I don't have another pattern. Surely I need another pattern. Does this present me with another pattern? No, it's empty. Yeah, I still like the blue light a lot better. None of this presents me with another pattern. How do I do a progress? M-T-U-L-E? It's not enough to do anything with. Well, I'm not just going to guess at more patterns, but without having access to another pattern, there's nothing else I can do here. That opens that, but that's not enough. Alright, so what did this light up over here again? Nothing that I know of? Yeah, the light ends over there. Alright, so maybe the water walking boots will get me the way to interact with red flowers? That's possible. Alright, well, I guess we'll leave this behind and try and come back to it later. Which is something that I have said multiple times this stream, and I continue to be unhappy about. Maybe there's more stuff I can do up here? Ooh. Yeah, this looks relevant to my interests. This I probably need to take a picture of. It's all the same except for the third one, which has a different top to it. That looks pretty. These are all the same except for this one, which has a different third marker. Man, I don't know where I'm going, but there is so much walking around. I can't get through there unless I come from the other direction. Oh, I remember this. Okay, yeah. We'll keep that light red for no good reason. Well, the main entryway is very much blocked. But there's supposed to be a hidden entryway in the back, if I can find my way to the back of the ziggurat. I guess we're going up a floor. This one also, all the same except for the one on the left, which is missing the bottom one, or has a different bottom one. This one, all the same except for the third one, which is missing, the second one, which has a different second piece. Okay, so the order for the pictures that I have taken are top right, top left, bottom right, bottom left. All right, so bottom left, the different one is this. Top right, the different one is this. Bottom right, the different one is also this. And then top left, the different one is also this. I don't feel like I have a handle on what's going on yet. Maybe it's not the different one, it's the one that's supposed to be not different. So it's this first. And then it's this second. And then it's this third. No, that's wrong. Okay. I gotta delete all these pictures and take the pictures in the order that I want to see them. Try this again. Because I am having a hard time keeping track of which one is which. Bottom left, top right. Bottom right, top left. Okay. So this is bottom left. This is top right. God, phone, please. What was next? Bottom right. And then top left. And then top left. Alright, pictures are taken in appropriate order. Wait, what is up here? Presumably a door that's not open. Oh my god. That was cool. A pedestal that looks out of place compared to the rest of the ziggurat. There's an ornate ring of tarnished brass affixed to the top, perfectly aligned with the symbol on the door ahead. It looks like something could slot into the middle. Yeah, okay. Neat. All right, try again here. All right. So bottom left, the different one is this. Top right, the different one is this. Bottom right, the different one is this. And top left, the different one is also this. There we go. Gambit. You got it. Temper and Bloom has been unlocked in Pretenders. So this takes place between Menevir's mom dying and Menevir taking Tayana to visit the festival. Paloma was mad, but a woman of her word in the end. The blood had barely dried when Averin was crowned king, and the old queen left the throne to drown in luxuries for the rest of her days. Eager to make himself beloved and legitimate in the eyes of the people, he was quick to decry Paloma and the insanity of her contest. He promised to bring order to the city. Empty words from an honorless, pathetic man. If he truly cared, he would have acknowledged the illegitimacy of his reign. No, in his mind, the aspects that benefited him were perfectly acceptable. It was only everything propping them up that was deranged. He would never do anything to jeopardize his chance to seize power. Rotten to the core, a worse pretender than Paloma ever was. At least she wore her madness plainly for all to see. His first generous act as the city's supposed savior was to further take advantage of the bloody contest he claimed to detest. I was far from the only orphaned daughter left in its wake, which presented him with an excellent opportunity to acquire enslaved servants whose absence none would protest. I was among those stolen away to the palace. By my own design, of course. I would need to be close to the throne if I was ever to take it for myself. Yeah, it is. There's a little bit of hypocrisy in her being like, him performing violence got him the throne, and that's bad. And then her performing violence got her the throne, and that is unnecessary evil. It's a little... I don't know. Averin's depravity knew no bounds. I knew him to be unworthy from the start, but I had not realized he was monstrous in every sense of the word. He judged us all personally when we arrived, with transparently lecherous intentions. Those he found fair were forced to work as his personal servants in the palace. The rest were assigned to hard labor, where he would not have to look at them. I was among the latter, put to work tending to the vast garden behind the ziggurat. Too rugged, too tall. How fitting that his own perverse whims placed me in a more favorable position to prepare his demise. In those days, I treated my work as training. Every task I poured all I had into, not for any desire to please those that thought themselves my master, but to push my limits. Fieldwork hardened my body. Rooting out pests honed my senses. Each day I toiled to build my strength. Each night I studied the routines and habits of those in the palace, all to prepare for the day I claimed my throne. I was alone then. Perhaps that too was preparation for the path I would take. The other servants kept their distance and held little care for me. They found me intimidating, I think, and I could not blame them. I spoke little, and I could not hide the rage burning in my eyes. That rage is cooled to duty and dedication now, but little else has changed with time. Yet there was once, and only once, an exception, a truly genuine soul that found me before time and power ferried me beyond the reach of even those with pure intent. I still miss her dearly. Her name was Tayana, another forced to servitude who often worked the fields alongside me. She never shunned me like the others. She spoke plain and pleasant and kind. I thought she pitied me at first, and came to resent her for a time. What a loathsome queen I would have made had I clung to such a poor judgment of her character. How she came to escape Averin's grasp when she first arrived I still do not understand, but I am forever grateful for the time that oversight granted me. I treasured our fleeting opportunities to talk. Her presence tempered my wrath, I think, kept me focused on my goal, without falling to unbridled rage. I never told her my intentions, yet I think she understood me all the same. To this day, my thoughts are poisoned with one doubt that I do not share lightly. One bitter might-be truth that does not leave me. If what happened next had never transpired, if she remained by my side, would I have still had the will to do what needed to be done? Alright, well, missing some things here, and it feels like we need to have whatever it is that lets us interact with red flowers in order to progress. So I guess we're going to do some backtracking now. And hope that I find whatever that thing is in the place that I haven't been to. The beast does what? Oh my god. It cannot be blinded. Bright lights will only draw its attention right to you. However, that's the only way I can get back in the building. So at that point, it was die no matter what. So you're telling me if I come out here, the beast will chase me. Alright, we're gonna do a little bit of running around in here and hope that I can make it to the place in time. I vaguely remember where I am trying to get to. We'll see if I can actually make it before the beast claims me. Well, that's one way to do it. Although this isn't where I want to be. But I think I am in near the right place. Maybe it's this path? Yeah, I think this is what I was looking for. Shrouded Glade. Yep, fantastic. Okay, that needs I don't know what that does. Really? That didn't open the thing? Okay. What is this? There's a fragment missing from the mural here. The remaining 2 sections are painted with faded symbols that seem to be associated with 2 of the 3 founders of the city, the warrior and the outlaw. Okay. So, there is more to do here. Quite a lot more to do here. What about over here? This is a path. Yeah, okay. We'll light that laser. I like lighting lasers. Does it need to not be blue? We need to do something here, apparently. Here, I suppose? Ah, we need to light this. Okay. That needs to be like here. Oh, not good enough. Cool, now it stays lit. Fantastic news. Except that still didn't do the thing. Is there another flower? Okay, now that stays lit without needing the laser, which is even better news. So... we can... what the heck is this about? Does that do anything else? Does that open any other directions? That's still not open. I don't have the thing to put in the other thing. But this is opened now. Which means I can get over to here. Ha 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 ha. Okay. Really? Are you trying to tell me that there's not a way through here? Don't be like that. There's definitely a way through here. 100%. Alright. I guess we gotta start with this. Alright, it's only 2, so this is easy. Presumably. Got it. And it didn't open the way here! Distressing. Okay, maybe a different laser was... oh, this was blocked and is no longer. I see. And now we're in the Lost Woods. I don't like that at all. Why? Alright, through here then. Okay. 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 Ah, if I had the red flower, that would be convenient. These woods are pretty lost, and I am lost within them. So that, I mean, I don't know what else you need. Yeah, it feels like I should have the ability to interact with the red flowers gained long before this, which is a little distressing. Like, I'm not sure where that thing is that I missed it. But hopefully it's here. Ah, there we go. That's what I needed. So that should get rid of the green thing over here on the left. Well, it didn't get rid of that one, but it did get rid of this one. Oh, more to do. Yeah. A whole nother piece of the puzzle. Great. Love that. So, where do we go to light this bad boy? Where is the source of the laser? Unfortunate. Aha! All right. The laser is lit. Our dark work can begin. What does that do? Does that lower this? Ah, that does lower this. Okay, good. Good. More laser work to be done here. Oh. Okay, a laser can be sent along this path. And then can be sent up. And back across. So if we do this, that should do it. And that requires that a laser be sent here. Requires that a laser come up from below. Ah, okay. So it requires that this be here, and the rest of this get moved out of the way. Okay, okay. Can make progress. Feels like progress. It's not coming back, though, which means I did something wrong. What did we do wrong? Maybe this wasn't in line because of the height difference? Maybe it needs to be here? Okay, laser is going where I want it to. And coming back across now. Okay, great. And this does what for me? What is... Why did I want a laser over here? Oh, no. Maybe I just want this here? Oh, no, that hits the wall now. That's not helpful. I think I need the laser to come back here, honestly. Another one of those situations where, like, I could do this without the red flower, but doing this with the red flower would be so much easier. Because I wouldn't have to rearrange the lasers each time. But okay. Yeah, what is this? This is not doing a whole lot for me. I thought there was going to be something to connect with here, but I guess not. Okay. Back into position so I can cross. So sending the laser that way. Oh. This can send the laser back down, though. Is that helpful? I don't know what's there, but let's find out. Okay, sure. Let's see if this does the thing. Let's push this out of the way too, just in case it's... Yeah, it's gonna send the laser back up from here. Okay, okay. Yep. Perfect. Perfect. And now this is accessible. Fantastic. Which means we can finally get to this thing. And what does that do, pray tell? That's a good question. It sure didn't open this up. That's too bad. What else might have been opened as a result of this? What else might have changed? I sure don't see any paths that might be accessible now that were not accessible before. Yeah, this we've already done. Maybe something happened over here? I don't see any reason why it would have. Do I really feel the need to traverse all of these little glades in order to see if anything has changed in any of them? What else am I going to do, I guess is the question. Nope, no result. Nothing there. Was there another, like, blocked pathway that I didn't realize was blocked? Maybe something out that way? Because this stays blocked. Maybe there's a route down that I didn't see? Huh. Alright, what have we got over here? God, the woods might not be lost, but I sure am. Maybe I'll just rub my junk against walls until something good happens. It really seems like something over here ought to... Maybe this is it. Actually, this might have been affliction. This feels like a thing that has changed. Eternicide. Wow, that is a word. Ever since I was a child, I have been haunted by the same dream. I find myself kneeling beneath an empty sky, in the ruins of the city I call home. Familiar places reduced to rubble and overrun by strange, bright green vines. A woman robed in starlight stands before me, towering over the ruins. I know she is responsible. The feeling is unshakable whenever I find myself here. A knife rests on the ground in front of me, and a voice that sounds like my own tells me to take it. Pick it up. Pick it up. Pick it up! The urge is overwhelming, but I can never do it. Invisible weight pulls at my trembling arms, leaves me helpless. When I try to look up at the woman, fear greater than any other I have known overwhelms me, a feeling like ice flooding my veins. A dark veil hides her face, revealing only a crown upon her head, and 2 golden stars for eyes glaring down at me. She always utters one word before I wake, though the voice is still mine. Pathetic. Okay, is this a nightmare or a kink? My father brought me to see a sage about it once. I will not make the mistake of speaking of my visions ever again. The sage emerged from his meditation wild-eyed, and drank a vial of something that made him drop dead on the spot, without so much as a word to us about what he saw. I was orphaned soon after. Cursed, they said. They believed I would never be anything but trouble. Cursed. I know it to be true. The visions have not stopped. In fact, they grow worse. Wow, could you imagine being the dream interpreter for this dude, and rather than interpret the dream, you literally commit suicide on the spot? Just be like, you know what? Not only can I not do this, I don't want to ever be asked a question about this again. Dang. That's commitment. I work now as a servant in the royal palace, still an outcast as ever. I can feel it in the eyes of all those that work alongside me, always judging, always disgusted, always eager to get away. They know. They know I am cursed. They know I will bring them nothing but trouble, despite my efforts to hide my plight. Yet now, the lines are blurring. I am beginning to see things while I am awake. Flashes of the visions that once tormented only my dreams. I don't know how much longer I can take it. I crossed paths with the queen while I worked today. When I looked upon her face, I screamed in terror. There were golden stars in her eyes. It is a wonder I was not dismissed and thrown back to the streets for such disrespect. As I sit now to recover in my quarters, it is all suddenly so clear. The resemblance was too perfect. It's her. The starlit queen in my dreams. It is Menevere. I understand at last. It is a premonition, an omen of things to come, of what she will do. My path is clear within and without. Tonight when I dream, I take up the knife at last. Yeah, that sounds extra cursed. But okay. We have somebody who wants to kill the queen. Sure. And also, I need a fragment of the mural here. Which I certainly don't have. All I have is my abilities. Well, I didn't get the ability I was looking for, so that's a shame. What in the game hasn't been extra cursed? Oh, everything in the game is cursed, yeah. Everything in the game is extra cursed. Fully agree. Alright, let's see where the beast is haunting now. Am I still backtracking? Or... because I don't know where to go at this point if it's not forward. Alright. I guess we won't hang out in the fortress ruins. This is the main route in the Tangle. And this is a way out to the outer gate. Of course, once I have gone here, there is nothing else to do in the outer gate. Understood. We'll continue moving around the edges of the Tangle, seeing if there's any other way out. Yeah, and here's another red flower I don't know how to interact with. That's cool. Love that for me. Continue to love that. Does this get me anywhere? Not really, no. Well, I was able to use my water walking boots in exactly the place I wanted to use them, and they didn't really get me any progress. They got me a couple more words. Here's the Hungering Shrine. I think we fully resolved the Hungering Shrine. I don't think there's anything more to do here. But I guess I'll wander through it real quick just to make sure. Yeah, this is what lowered the thorns, right? This thing. So now the thorns don't block my way anymore. But, like, they never did a whole lot of... they did, like, a little bit of blocking my way, but not, like, a lot of blocking my way. And this place isn't that big. Not a lot of Hungering Shrine here. It's fine. I know there's something out here that, like, wraps around to the fortress ruins eventually. Maybe it's Moonglade Lake. But I don't know what's out here that I haven't done either. Because this is a thing that I have done already. Ah, right, the lake. We could go walking across the lake. Maybe there's something cool. Oh, there's totally something cool. Something that I can use red flowers to engage with if I had access to those. Which I currently do not. God damn it. Oh, some thorns. And also these goddamn cursed red rocks, which I have seen before from the fortress ruins. So maybe there's something that I need to get rid of the rocks before I can do the thing at the lake? Okay. Oh, I can't get past the bridge. Too bad. Thought that might be a thing. Does not appear to be a thing. The lake is otherwise empty. Okay, so 2 things at the lake that I don't have the mechanics to engage with. Game I streamed here back in the day where red flowers mattered. I don't know. I'm sure there was some game where, like, the red flowers were poisonous or something. The drug of some kind. Ah, this is on the other side of the bridge now, though. Okay. Okay. All right. There's that red flower. Oh, I thought this was how I get across here, but maybe water walking is how I get across here. Where does this take me? The Royal Parterre. Find a hidden shortcut between 2 zones. I got an achievement for finding this shortcut. Oh. This is the inner area. This is that same maze that I was walking through before. Wait, no. This is a different maze. That works similarly, maybe? That's lit up. No, it is the same maze. I just found my way here via a different method. Yeah, I never went into here. Oh, this is new. Okay, okay. Oh my god, that's so many letters. Is it just the ones next to the lowered ones? And then this goes somewhere. Where does this go? Main Plaza, Inner Artahk. I'm in an entirely... This is someplace new. This is a place I haven't been to before. Or maybe it is on the other side of... Yeah, yep. On the other side of a gate I couldn't cross. Okay, so this is the main plot. I have been here before. Just not to this section of it. Alright, well, I mean, this worked. This got me access to a new area. So we're doing something. Well, I don't have the tools to interact with this, though. Whatever it is I'm supposed to be doing here, I can't get rid of the red rocks, the glowy rocks, and I certainly don't have the right kind of torch for that. So, we're not there yet. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of things that I still don't know how to interact with. Which makes me think I am missing something more fundamental than this shortcut that I found. That's not a lot of time on those. Alright, let's light both of these and see what happens. This is C. N. Alright, let's start with one at a time. I guess start with this one. That lowers C. Doesn't lower that. It does lower the thing on the right, though. Ooh, okay. But I can't get back there now from here. But I can go all the goddamn way around. Ugh. There's so much walking in this game. Oh, jeez. Is this the one that opens the thing down here? Yes, it is. Okay, great. All right, so currently lowered is... so this is just the top flower. We have a C. This one isn't next to the T. We have this I. We have half of a D. We have half of a P. And nothing else. So with this one lowered, bottom, we have half of an I, maybe. We have half of an E. We have an N. We have a second N. We have half of an E. We have half of a T. Penitent? I can make penitent, I think. But that still doesn't use the C or the D. Or the other I. Let's see if penitent is a word. Nope. Yeah, 2 N's. I think this half E is already marked, so that's not another half E. So I can't make penitent, actually. All right, well, let's put in all of these letters into the anagram solver and see if it figures something out for me. C-I-D-P-I-E-N-N-T. Incident? No. Incident is missing one of the letters. Incipient? Might be able to make incipient out of this if I assume that the D isn't real. Alright, I'll try incident, though. Nope. Alright, well, I guess I once again don't understand how this puzzle works, nor how letters work. What if it's everything that's not marked? Right? With all this stuff lit, what is still upright? There's an I, a D, an M, a T, an L, an E. D, L, M, E. Wait. I, D, P. M, L, E, maybe T? I don't see how I make a word out of that either. Yeah, there's nothing that uses all of those, but I might be able to do something like limpet if I use only some of those letters. I don't have a good handle on this. Yeah, I know the text scrolling sound bugs you. Alright, well, I don't know what I'm doing with this, but if we leave these lit and then come all the way back around, we'll be able to do something. Was I able to do this? I might not have been able to do this before. But I think I could do it now. Oh, I was never able to go to the right side here. That's another thing I wasn't able to do. Or maybe I was able to go the right side and not the left side. There was one of these I couldn't read, and I don't remember which one. Yeah, I was able to read this right one. I never used this, but I have that written down. And I was never able to read this left one because I couldn't figure out if there was a second code or what. Hey, Chrono, how's it going? Also, I don't have a way to light them up in blue, if that's what I need to do. Yeah, I don't know that this helps. I think we remain unhelped. But I'm also not convinced that I ever came back here with blue light. I must have come back here with blue light, because I did that thing at the bottom. Because I read part of that. Okay. So why wasn't this laser blue? Did I not realize that I could do this? I might have not realized that I could do this. Oh yeah, that definitely did the trick. Paranoia. Well, that's a good word. Predator and prey out of rot and decay. I don't remember this story. Supposed to be alone. Okay, so this is somebody that came here. This is present time. Yep. Okay, so this is some other story that is occurring in this basic time period after Artahk has fallen and been protected by the people that protected it. Great. Melora walked beneath branches rustling with lavender leaves. The ends of her robe scraped at the ground, gliding over the thick grass blanketing the forest floor. Most would find the stillness of the old ruins unnerving, but she thought it peaceful. History, preserved and waiting to be rediscovered. She moved among the ancient stones in search of a passage deeper into the city. The solstice soon approached, and by the record she'd found, that meant the time was nearly right for a wish to be made. But that meant reaching the temple, and towering walls blocked the way, a magic ward she could not dispel, sealing the only gate. She didn't worry. A path would reveal itself in time. A snapping sound from the woods sent a chill down her spine. She gripped her spear tight and searched through the trees, her heartbeat quickening. There was nothing to be found. She let herself relax, carrying on with her search. Excited thoughts of what she might wish for filled her head. Perhaps she could restore the city, live out the rest of her days as its queen. But she was a sage, a scholar, a student of the spirits. That was too base a desire, she thought. Instead, this could be an opportunity to learn of things long lost to time, or even things yet to come. She pondered what apocryphal knowledge she might wish bestowed upon her, perhaps joining the spirits in being privy to the very origins of the world, or learning why the vile serpent Vanoran forsook the mortal races. Again she was interrupted, a shuffling sound making her blood roar of danger. She whirled around, spear at the ready, lashing aimlessly at the air to ward off whatever foe stalked her. She shouted into the dark. There came no answer, yet her mind would not calm. She rushed through the shade of the forest, frantic and distraught, her peaceful reverence shattered by an unshakable paranoia. Yo, they used the word! Her heartbeat screamed in her ears, her limbs itched with anticipation. Something was following her. Something was coming for her. Leaves rustled, and a dark figure caught in her vision. In an instant, she thrust her spear towards the creature. Her aim struck true and plunged deep into its hide, but so too did she find herself torn open by one of its claws. She slumped to the ground. She or her pursuer bled out together. That's it? Great. Good story. Cool story, bro. Alright, now let's see where this wraps around to, because I'm pretty sure it connects back to the fortress ruins. Excuse me? Roar? The thorns dropped, eh? Can I get to those thorns somehow? Yeah, I know the song. Here. Where does this take me? Oh, I've not been here before. Okay. Ah! I got vined. Whoops. I should not have gotten vined, but instead, I got vined. Whoa, that looks like something I want access to. Jeez. So many things I want. Well, this feels hidden a little out of the way to be progression. But I guess we'll go here anyway and see what we can find. I broke it. I broke me. I'm the one that got broke. Yo, there's an I over here in the corner. What does that mean? I-N... A-M... M-A-N-I-A... Mania? The second... Oh, the third part of Tainted Consecration. Okay, this is pretty good, actually. This is the third part of Solomon Revant's story. Forever the Brightest. Can I get a brighter torch? Wouldn't that be nice? Herein recorded for the annals of the Grand Archives, an investigation of the ruins of Artahk, courtesy of the great Archemitalis and no others. And no others? Written now by her glorious hand. Inscribed by Her Majesty Archemitalis, Queen of Queens, Daughter of the Stars, Augur of the Garden, one above all, she who even spirits kneel before. That's a set of titles. Lying, tricky, sneaky little Solomon ruined everything. The traitorous slime tried to make off with the sealing tablet early in the morning, surely hoping to claim all the glory for himself. Luckily, I woke earlier than even he, energized by my dream, and caught him in the act. The tablet fell and broke into 3 pieces when I engaged him, and the worthless bastard managed to get away with 2 of them. I roused Ermund, and we gave chase. The forest here is twisted and treacherous, but the loamy soil made tracking him effortless. We caught up to him on the main road. He must have been trying to leave the city. He was too weak, too slow, too worthless. We gave that cowardly worm what he deserved. He squirmed and screamed like the pathetic weakling he was as we pinned him to the ground. I stomped his thieving hands until they were barely more than red paste. Ermund smashed his head against the stones until it cracked and something splattered out the back. He looked pathetic. I killed Ermund too, of course. I knew he would betray me just as quickly when he tried to take both tablet pieces himself. Just as worthless as Solomon. Dead weight. He put up a better fight at least, but he was even more of a coward. Managed to spear me with a sharpened stick, then fled into the woods expecting me to bleed out. Pathetic. I caught up with him not far off the main road, and in the darkness beneath the dense canopy, held him down by the throat, and poured mothweed oil in his eyes. I'm not sure if the lack of oxygen or rotting skull got to him first. Wow, that's grisly. But perhaps he got the last laugh. He dropped his fragment sometime during the chase, and I couldn't find it, nor could I find the shrine again. I now sit in a field of clover, leaking blood with nothing to heal my wounds. What a joke. For someone as glorious as I to perish in such a pathetic fashion. Know that this place should have been mine. Forever worthy, Archemitalis. The following seals are requested to be imprinted on this scroll upon its filing in the Grand Library. Pain. Last night I slipped away to create my own dreaming ichor using a sample of the dark vines. I dreamt of teeth and nothing else. Wow, this got wildly out of hand. You're confused? That's fair. So am I, mostly. The context that we have is there is a chapter 1 and chapter 2 of this same story that we already read, in which Solomon Revant, the Solomon that is talked about in chapter 3, shows that he is greatly affected by the mists and suffers from megalomania. or other things. It's only now went off the rails. The whole thing's been going off the rails for a while now. Yes, agreed. I suspect the upshot of that is it shows me or tells me something about where I can find the missing pieces of the shrine. And I took those to the shrine, and those lowered these thorns, which gives me access to this place. So that's cool. Can I get to that? No, I have to cut in there from the right side. Okay, fine. Ah, this is a toggle. What is this then? Ah, that's a reset. Okay. That's what I wanted. Liminality. Ooh. The third of the seven spirits. Care Cole. Sunrise, joy, movement, songs, smiles, warmth, growth, watching, distant, panic, fighting, tears, separation, loss, red, cold, slowing, longing, you, sunset. Spring rolls through the glade and the flowers grow. How they grow! With brilliant shades and fearsome petals, all through the grass and between the gentle streams, sparkling in the morning dew. You watch them bloom and flourish and spread beneath the summer sun, swelling with pride and joy, yet longing too, for you were not made to frolic. The flowers did not grow for you. An autumn wind blows and leaves begin to wilt. The air grows cold, so cold, while the petals tremble under the beat of your wings, growing ever closer. The painted canvas you saw from afar turning dull and withered when you try to grasp it, scorned. You cannot blame them, no matter how much you wish it were otherwise, no matter how much you care for them, for you know it cannot be so. No field would ever know love for the scythe. The flowers die in winter's chill. The tide floods in, and the waters rise, rise, rise to fill the shore in sprays of white and briny foam, while waves roil along the surface, in and out, and in and out, and all the pool so full of life, and little folk of tiny stars and gentle crabs and precious things rejoice. Rejoice! For the waves are nourishment and safety and a blessing. But they are not you, not really, not yet, not in a way that matters, so they will not thank you, and you would not ask it, and you would not dare to think they might only watch in hollow wonder as they grow and flourish and dream until the water thins and the waves go still and they panic and they cower, for now they see your shape and know that the birds will come and the hunt is on and they are not safe, so they curse you, oh, they curse you as the tide rolls out. For as long as you can remember, you have been shackled to a cruel irony. You are change, but you never can. All of the spirit descriptions here have leaned more into poetry than prose. And I think it's a good way of handling it, since I think overall the spirits are defined by vibes rather than facts. And, you know, the kind of, like, things mortals were not meant to know, etc., etc. So I'm kind of into it. And what's out here? Anything? Mostly nothing. But it is a free way back. If I get myself trapped, I can always walk around and come back to here. I can't. Fascinating. Alright, but that's resolved, so that's good. Well, I guess it's a good thing we backtracked, because this is 2 words that I didn't have before. And this area is now a little bit more complete. That's back into Tangled Overgrowth, which is not where I wanted to go. This doesn't go anywhere. Wait, that's back into Tangled Overgrowth? I thought this connected to the fortress. Was I wrong? Well, going up there is not going to help. Whoa. There's nothing back here. Okay, sure. Yeah, I don't know if Dendronon is a word. It's not one I've run into before. But it does seem to be describing their pantheon. Oh, I know where that is. That's not what I'm looking for either. So up here, this also connects to Tangled Overgrowth, I think? No, this does connect to the Fortress Ruins. Okay. And the beast does not want me in the Fortress Ruins. Which, I mean, that's fair, I suppose. Probably. Yeah, I came in from... No, I didn't come in from this side, but I came in... I mean, this is now the upper part of the lake, which doesn't really matter. This helps. I don't have the ability to interact with rocks or with red flowers. So we need to find some other place to do things. And I guess that other place is back in the tangle. Alright, back into the tangle. I want to see if I can find that shortcut. The way into... Oh, that's probably is what I just found, actually. Traveling via the water into the area. Alright, well, I have, not exactly made progress, but opened up something that I can do in Inner Ziggurat, so I guess we'll go back there now. But I still feel like I should have found something that lets me interact with the flowers before now. So I'm a little concerned that maybe I missed something important in the middle of the tangle or whatever. Because I have spent a lot of time walking around the outside edge of the tangle, and I feel like I have spent not enough time exploring the inner workings of the tangle. Like, maybe there's some, like, other zone entry thing here in the middle that I just never wandered into because dumb. Because reasons. There's a puzzle here, right? Where was that thing? No, this is just to the blue tree, which is not what I need. Alright, you know what? Never mind. We'll just go back into the, ziggurat and hope the thing that I unlocked, maybe by accident, because I got a weird achievement for doing it, is helpful. Not uncommon for my exploratory methodology. Unfortunately true. Let's see, where was I? Out this way, I think? Did this thing, which doesn't get me into this upper part of the ziggurat. Because this is a thing I don't know how to interact with still. Certainly have nothing that would go into this location. Maybe the thing that I opened up was over here somewhere? Question mark. Yeah, I think this is it. Yeah, this is what I wanted. The Royal Parterre, yep. So now I should be able to interact with this. And hopefully that lowers something relevant. Sure wasn't that thing. Maybe that lowers something relevant on the opposite side? Oh, now I gotta get back to the opposite side? I gotta go all the way around? Wait, I might be able to do that, actually. I think all the way around doesn't necessarily involve going all the way back to the Moonglade Lake. Because I did open the path back across one of the bridges here. So I think it's not as convoluted as it was. I think I can just head right here, and it'll be open. Yeah, perfect. So this goes into the parterre also. With whatever it was I was doing out here that didn't really accomplish anything, but sure looked like it would be nice. Because now I'm into here, and everything is lowered? Not everything. P. M. The P and the M are the... Oh, this is lowered. What the crap does this mean? Like, the size of the spikes indicate something? I don't have anything regarding size of spikes. Maybe it's, like, if I break one of these and then watch the order. Or maybe I can... see what is left now? So now I has an indicator. D has an indicator. I. And then down here... TEL. Yeah, that doesn't do much for me either. I don't think that is helpful. This is pretty unhelpful, actually. I guess I need to make a 6-letter word out of... Like, is T4 then? There's nothing that has more than 4 spikes next to it. I really don't understand what's happening here. Maybe this has to do with the order the spikes drop? So, like, there are 6 spikes, and they drop in an order. Not that I can really tell what order they're dropping in. Intent. I figured out the order they were dropping in. The Queen's Instrument in the Final Reign. Petrom grew nervous as the council adjourned and the other advisors took their leave of the throne room. The thought had been stirring in his head for months, and at long last he found the resolve to raise the issue. Now the mere thought of being alone with her made his bones scream with a desire to run. How could he dare to question the judgment of a queen? This one even more so. Petrom, The voice froze his very soul. You were dismissed and had little to say prior. Explain why you were still in my presence. I'm out of water. I need more water. Well, not too much longer. I'll just suffer. He turned to face the queen, shifting his gaze to the ground in an instant. Menevir's presence was overpowering, difficult to take in, even without her attention focused on you alone. To see her on her throne gave the feeling that all of creation should bend the knee. Yes, of course, Your Highness. His voice trembled as the words came out. It is simply I wanted to speak with you in private. I have a quandary about your weapon. Oh? The queen leaned forward and pulled her mace from the side of her throne, planting it head down on the stone beneath her with a crack that echoed off the walls. She looked down at Petrom with her face upturned. Then speak. His panicked gaze was drawn to the weapon. There it was, that ugly, terrifying thing. The handle was plain, dark wood, unornamented and dull, like that of a tool even commoners would take no pride in. The head was even worse, gnarled metal bent at jagged edges, no pattern or symmetry, just ugly, sharpened malice. An outsider would think it crumbling scrap, but he knew she kept it sharpened and tempered. It was the brutal weapon of a savage. Such a disgusting thing was not fit for royalty such as her. He cleared his throat. I would like to know why you have chosen to wield such a brutish instrument, if you would be so gracious as to grant me an answer. Menevir's expression was unchanged. Do you think it unfitting? I do, Petra mustered the courage to say. I find it an ugly thing that does not befit such a position as yours, my queen. The royal smiths could forge you a blade unrivaled by anything else in the land, a sword fitting of your grace and power. A sword? There was a disappointment in the queen's tone that made Petrom shudder. You would have me wield a sword, then? I am merely offering a suggestion. I would never think to command you, my queen. But think, a beautiful, elegant sword could be the perfect symbol of your authority. Something that people could look to in reverence instead of... Menevere raised her hand, and he silenced himself at once. A sword is not a symbol. It is a weapon, a tool. The only thing it represents is violence. Swords are elegant and clean, this is true. That is why they are a coward's tool. There was silence as Petrom waited to be certain he could speak again. I am not certain I understand, my queen. He kept his head bowed. A sword can end a man swiftly and with little effort. A single blow is all it takes for an experienced swordsman to end a life. She lifted her mace, bringing it to rest across both her hands. By finding such efficiency in killing, it becomes impersonal. A sword keeps one safe from feeling the true weight of snuffing out a life. To make killing swift is to run from the truth of your actions. Petrom stayed quiet in contemplation. His face was uncertain. The answer to your question, Petrom, is simple. Menevere turned her mace downward once more, cracking it against the floor hard enough to fracture the stone. If I have seen fit to strike a foe, it is because I believe they have done ill worthy of suffering. And I will face every moment of that suffering to be certain I am just in my choice. That is why I have taken this instrument as my weapon. Petrom trembled and kept his head bowed. Now be gone, and think on what I have told you. Alright. So I said I was going to suffer, and I lied. I'm going to go get some more water. I'll try and be quick. So the problem now... The difficulty at this point is, I'm not sure what I can solve with the tools I currently have access to. I'm not sure what remains that I can actually accomplish right now. Because I still can't interact with the rocks, and I still can't interact with the flowers. And I feel like this area wants me to interact with the rocks. And a bunch of the stuff that I've walked past already wants me to interact with the flowers. And, I don't feel like I'm in a position to do either of those things. I'm wondering if maybe that means there's like an entrance I missed somewhere that'll take me to a place I haven't gone yet? Maybe there's something more in the vault? Because the vault kind of just had the boots and that was it, right? Egress. Yeah, I did read that. Yeah, not knowing where to go is a little distressing. The only place that I haven't backtracked to now is the Fortress Ruins. And the game doesn't seem to want to let me do that. There's this key up here which I can't pick up. I think I need access to red flower ability to grab that. But the thing that the key unlocks is, I think, a thing that I've seen that is blocked off by the rocks also. The black teeth rock things. And I don't know how to interact with those either. It's really kind of distressing how much of this we haven't figured out yet. E-L-I-M-N-C-A. E-C-N-M-L... Wait, where was the A? Here. E-C-A-N. It's almost manacle, except there's this I. It's like miracle, except an N instead of an R. There's a lot going wrong here. Courtyard interior. Yeah, I didn't fully resolve this one because I think it actually doesn't work. I guess I don't know that for sure, but it feels like it doesn't work. Like, I can figure out what it's spelling here. I figured that out already, but I don't think there actually is a way to get it to fully spell it out. Like, I don't think there is a way to flip them such that only all of the letters are face up. This column works. This column is split. This column is split. 1, 2... This is... Top and bottom are split from the middle. This column works. This column works. This column is split. Yeah, this column is still split now. This column is still split now. This column is still split now. And then we end up in here, and there is... This is the gate that was blocked off, I think? No. This opens up. Where does this take me? This opened up for easy backtracking. Where does this even go again? Up here. Does this do anything for me? Courtyard interior. Yeah, this is the thing that I was looking for. This is the gate that is blocked by rocks. I do not know how to interact with rocks. Maybe I get a yellow torch somewhere. Okay, but I can just come in here this way, because this is just open. And that's easier. And it looks like there's a thing I want to get up there, but I might need to be able to interact with red flowers first. Which I don't believe I have a way to do. No good. So I was able to find that door, so that's not nothing. But like, what do I do from there? Man, what am I missing? I haven't gotten any lore that seems to interact with the red flowers at all. So I don't have any clues pointing me in a specific direction for those. I thought that was going to be a bridge. No, it's just a tall building. Too bad. Vault's got nothing. Where does this go? Does this connect to anything? Connects over here. The light reaches that flower exactly. And I can't interact with the door on top of the ziggurat. There was a thing in the lore that said that there was a secret door around the back of the ziggurat. Can we go around the back of the ziggurat? Is that even a thing that's like we can get to? I wonder if maybe I can get somewhere through here. No, that's blocked off. Ah. Was hoping I'd be able to walk like through this pathway over to the side or something. We'd be able to get somewhere that way, but no, this just goes over to here. And then everything is blocked off again. And this just takes me to the Royal Parterre, which I am still missing a way to progress in here. I feel like I need a different layout, another code, another way to move the blocks around. But I don't know. Let's try this and see what happens. That does lower those blocks. Oh, that's it. Nope, this was actually just solved. And now I have the swan. This was actually just solved and I didn't realize it. Go team! Alright, what was the previous layout? Because I needed that to get to the swan door. Previous layout was this there, this there, this there, and this here. Swan door! Take my swan! Alright. Progressing. Found a new place to go. Please have the flower thing. Erenia's Rest. Oh. Yeah, please have the flower thing. Out of body experience. Unlock the magenta torch. Requite. The serpent and the fox too. Fox licked its wound. So this is the fox being cruel and trickstery, and the serpent sicks the wolf on him. In a meadow nestled in a faraway valley, a great many creatures lived together in harmony. Harmony, at least, for a time. Many peaceful moons passed after the wily fox was driven away. Food was plentiful once more, and the ants returned to tranquil coexistence. Life was good, and the valley was happy. Things changed so slowly, the kind serpent did not notice at first. An attack here, a burrow torn apart there. These were the work of the rabid wolf, who had always prowled the valley as a beast to be feared, always left his destruction in its path. It was regrettable, but there was nothing to be done. None could match the wolf's might. Yet as the days marched on, the wolf grew more active, more ferocious. A wild beast to be avoided became a nightmare haunting the glade. The little ants down on the ground were once too small to draw its attention. Now they cried out for help as it ravaged their homes and hunted them down wherever they fled. This troubled the serpent. It was a terrible thing, yes, but it also made no sense. The wolf was acting with too much intent, striking the ants too perfectly. Such behavior was not in its nature. The answer was clear, of course. Its old foe had returned. This was the work of the fox. Seems like a very clunky, and annoying mechanic for progression. I guess so. In what sense? I'm not sure what thing I was complaining about. But, what thing are you complaining about? The serpent slithered through the aftermath of the wolf's latest attack, looking for clues as to how the fox might have tamed it. Then it searched again on the next, following in the beast's terrible wake, certain it would find some hints of the dread fox's paws. Slowly, little signs began to emerge. Scraps of rotting meat in strange places. Trees toppled to form barriers. Hyssop flowers, whose scent the wolf so hated, plucked and laid across paths throughout the woods. The switch-pushing thing with different settings? Ah, yeah, okay. The fox was not working with the wolf. It was luring it where it wanted it to go, wielding it like a weapon. "What are you doing slinking around in the dirt, old fool?" came the fox's taunting voice from high up in a tree. "You! Stop this at once, vile pest!" the serpent shouted. "Why must you be so cruel?" "Ha! Cruel? Did you not throw me to the wolf when last we met?" the fox laughed. "My hind leg still aches from its bite." "A pity it did not finish the job," the serpent hissed. It began to scale the trunk of the tree. "All you ever do is cause trouble. How long must this go on?" "Whatever do you mean? All I'm doing is keeping the wolf far away from me, after how poorly our last meeting went," the fox replied. "If that causes trouble for the ants, so be it. You care too much for such little things." The fox leapt away with a laugh when the serpent reached its perch, disappearing into the woods before it could follow. The serpent had its proof and knew it had to act fast. It would need help once more. It turned first to the Queen of Moths, who had helped when last the fox reared its ugly head. She was perched on the branches of the great ancient baobab tree, nestled close against its bark. The serpent could tell she was weary and withdrawn. Something was wrong. "The ants, they are breaking the natural way of things. The fox has taught them to throw their dead into the pond as an honorable burial. They do not fertilize the soil. My young cannot feed on them," the Moth Queen spoke. "I must focus on my children and work to weather this disaster. I cannot help you. I am sorry." The serpent was dismayed, but understood. It turned instead to its other ally, the beautiful swan. The swan spoke first when they met, enraged. "The fox has returned! Do you see what wicked thing it's done?" the swan wailed. "The ants! It whispered in their ears and taught them such strange rules to follow. They do not court as they should. They say that only certain ants can join together, and that those that do not love the right way must be shunned, even killed. I cannot help you, or I may find a way to make things even worse." Again, the serpent was dismayed, but understood. It retreated into the woods to ponder what else could be done to fix this disaster. The sound of chittering laughter soon echoed through the trees. "All alone, then? What a pity," the fox jeered. "You! Show yourself!" the serpent shouted back. "I'll tear you to pieces myself if I must." "You can try," the fox said with a laugh. "But 2 on 1 hardly feels fair." A howl pierced the air. The serpent saw the signs too late. It had wandered into a trap. The wolf came rushing out from the underbrush, drool dripping from its jaws, and teeth snapping with rabid fury. The serpent tried to fight for only a moment before a single slash of its mighty claws made clear this was no fight but a slaughter. And so the serpent fled, bloodied and weary, as the vicious wolf chased it far beyond the glade. The fox returned to its den and curled up to rest, content with its victory. Well, there's very likely to be more the serpent and the fox, but we have not found them yet. And now I have? Whoa. How does this work? The monument is adorned with odd patterns of spiraling gold. There are 3 triangular indentations where something was clearly removed. You can see faint claw marks along the edges of each, as though a small animal was the one to pry them loose. Ruby Charm. An impressively intricate golden ring sporting a large ruby gemstone, as well as smaller rubies embedded in a spiral pattern along the surface. You feel a strange sense of longing whenever you touch it directly. When exposed to the flame of your torch, the fire begins to burn an unusual magenta color, and you experience the strange sensation of your soul temporarily separating from your body. Okay, so I can send my soul out, and then what? Okay. So as long as I'm in range of a flower, my soul can warp me to the flower. Okay. Ah, and the pots extend the reach of the flame. So the distance I can travel is dictated by the presence of the fire. So any source of the fire can spread my magenta reach. That's cool. Inquiry, sure. Okay, so more of Menevir's story after killing the prince. King. After killing King Averin. The night before my ascension to the throne, I had a vision. Not a meditative dream, but one forced on me by something foul. I remember it vividly to this day, and I will recount it as such in the way of the sages. I wake to find myself standing on dusty earth, surrounded by rounded stone walls. I recognize this place. It is the arena used for Paloma's contest. The stands are empty, and though I can hear the sounds of fighting all around me, I appear to be alone in the pit as well. A strange, verdant haze fills the air. Someone screams for help behind me. It is my mother's voice. I rush to find the source. The sounds of battle become muffled. I arrive at a scene burned into my memory. Averin advancing on my mother with a bloodied sword in hand, while she kneels, weary and wounded, desperately trying to muster the strength to defend herself. "Menevere!" she calls out. "I'm so sorry, my darling. I love you more than anything." Then, I am broken from the memory. She sees me standing there in the pit. I find a blade in my hand. "Stop him, darling! Please save me! I know you can!" she calls out to me. I rush forward, clenching my fist tight around the hilt of my sword. Averin turns to me, terrified, but I shove him aside. With all the strength I can muster, I swing my blade forward to cleave whatever wretched thing dares to wear my mother's skin. Those are not her eyes. The blade strikes her neck, but draws no blood. It sinks in as though I were slicing through tar, yet somehow the surface cracks and fractures like porcelain as well. A razor-sharp pendulum? I'm not sure I get the reference, but sure. A flare of bright green fire lashes out and shatters the sword the moment I damage her form. In my arm, I feel the pain of 10,000 knives slicing through my flesh, then nothing. It falls limp, scorched and mangled in an instant by the strange power. Pit and the Pendulum. Edgar Allan Poe? I don't know. Sorry. That's not a Poe work that I remember. It sounds vaguely familiar. I don't think I've read it though. Isn't that also the name of The Rogue Legacy OST, The Pit and the Pendulum? Something like that. I don't remember. For a faint moment, it seems to give me a look of genuine surprise. Then it smirks. I watch as my mother's body grotesquely melts into a puddle of liquid silver. Well, it seems you're exactly as fun as I expected you to be, the creature says. It looks me in the eyes and talks through my mother as her form melts, a cheap attempt to unsettle me. What gave it away? I honestly wasn't even trying to trick you here, merely offer a bit of motivation to prepare you for the big day. I know a treacherous liar when I see one, is all I reply. Ah, you flatter me. The creature's voice laughs from nowhere. A flash of light washes over the silver puddle, and in an instant it lurches forward to reform into the shape of a robed figure with antlers, nothing but glowing green eyes visible beneath its hood. I'm afraid you're not quite right, though. Lying isn't my game. I stare silently at the creature as it shifts around me, the bottom of its robe flowing along the ground like a liquid. It leans over beside me, prodding my damaged arm. Ah, sincerely sorry about this, by the way. Merely a reflex. There's a reason your kind rarely advises attacking a spirit, even here in the realm of dreams, it chuckles. As it leans back away from me, I notice it subtly growing in size until I'm forced to look up to meet its gaze. Another transparent attempt to intimidate me. I glare back unfazed. My, you are fascinating, the creature laughs. So much so, in fact, that I'm willing to risk this whole thing just to sate my curiosity. Indulge me, won't you? I do not answer. Short story about a captive of the Inquisition gets strapped to a table with a sharpened pendulum, making a joke about being alone in the pit. Okay. Yeah, alright, no, I get it. You see, you really are something special, so noble, so strong-willed, and somehow, against every impulse of your petty human nature, you truly, honestly do seek the crown for all the right reasons. You're a one-of-a-kind anomaly, my dear, the spirit says with a chittering laugh. But the thing is, I want you on the throne. I need you on that throne for my plans to play out. And I can't help but wonder how that knowledge changes things for you. How do you move forward, knowing that how did you put it, treacherous liar benefits from the noble purpose you've dedicated your life to? I stare back into its empty eyes for a long while, considering its words. It does not matter, I reply plainly. I will not be manipulated, vile worm. My path is my own, and I will do what I know is right. If evil benefits from just action, so be it. I step forward with a confident glare. I will deal with it when it dares to rear its head. Fascinating, the spirit says, like a beast drooling in anticipation of its next meal. Be grateful I am the spirit you've crossed paths with. I think even the old bookworm would have melted your mind for such brazen defiance. It grows in size again, looming over me with a hungry glare. Then, in nearly an instant, it shifts to a new, harmless form, a small silver fox. You are truly a delight, my dear. Oh, how I look forward to the wishes you'll make. Now scurry on back to the waking world. You have a big day ahead of you. I think Averin has waited long enough. I jolted awake, truly awake, the moment the spirit finished its words. I did not escape the encounter unscathed. Though it never caused me pain in the waking world, to this day my right arm bears a strange web of branching scars from the wound I suffered in my dream, as though I had been struck by lightning. I recount this vision for one purpose, to prove true my resolve. Let the truth of my dealings with the spirit be known, that I cannot be swayed, nor ever do I cower. Let no wretched tongues claim to make me their pawn. To the fox, who I am certain will pry into every word I write, I repeat, should you ever find the courage to rear your head instead of slinking in the shadows, know that I will not cower, but cast you back into whatever pit you crawled from. And then there is green text in post-sentiment. Should I mark it? I guess I should mark it. What was the other? Vision of Finality, the Mad Queen, the Golden King, and the Dying of the Light. None there. None there. None there. None there, but yes in Visions of Finality. So we'll mark that one. The Mad Queen. And the Golden King. Not in any of those. Yes on the Dying of the Light. None of those. Wait, what is this one? Oh, this is the one about being in Hesperine's woods. Okay, cool. I have them all marked. Right, and then I have to interact with the flower in order to warp to it. This is the way back. But what's over here? Ah! Keep hitting the wrong button. God, that is a lot of these. But I might just be able to walk through. Oh. In fact, I think I have to be able to walk through all of this area and light all of these candles. And then I think what I'm trying to do here is find a way. Did that get the one in the center? Man, this is a lot to deal with. It did get the one in the center. It didn't get the one on the right, though. And then the damn, that still happens from all the way out here, though. So I need to... This is a lot to deal with. Okay, so it seems like these two... That didn't do it. Oh, that did it. Domineer. In Myriad. Okay. So stories about the three. Not the three. The spirits. Stories about the spirits that are not representative of the spirits the way the Dendron is. They say that a man once bargained with love itself, and it brought him only ruin. Okay, so story about the swan. Far south on the frozen steppes of Keldamere, a man marched with purpose in his heart. He had seen the most beautiful woman he had ever laid eyes on down in the village. Her voice could melt glaciers, her touch could end all sorrows. His heart longed for her, yet he feared he was not enough. Feared she would laugh and leave him alone in the dirt if he ever spoke his truth. Even so, he felt he needed her, so he sought the aid of the great spirit of love. He was Abram. She was Arame. Day had bent toward night by the time he reached the shrine, high along the mountain path. There he laid roses in offering and fell to his knees, praying that the spirit might hear his plea. Warmth flooded through his veins, and a soothing calmness caressed his mind. Before him a figure emerged. No, two, joined at the hip and embraced, floating in a swirling miasma of pinks and purples and whites that flowed together as mist. Their bodies were like stained glass, rough angles and glossy sheen, featureless yet beautiful. On the right, the form was blue as the sky, and he felt it held a feminine guise, while the left was red and resembled more a man. I feel the longing in your heart, Abram, the voice sang in a soothing melody that could warm the hardest hearts, that could move mountains to tears. Sparkling starlight shimmered beneath the skin of the blue-clad woman as it spoke. But that is not all that resides there. Tell me what you seek. The red half now gleamed, the voice still a song through in harsher tones. Abram's heartbeat quickened. O great spirit, I have met the most wondrous woman. She fills my soul with love like I have never known. She has not left my thoughts since the moment we met. I beg of you, she must be mine. Please give me the means to make her see me as I see her, for I know as I am she does not. Yours, the song turned bitter. You wish to circumvent courtship, to steal her heart away. You would build your life with her on a lie. Do you know what foolish thing you ask? Please, spirit, I beg of you, the man repeated. It must be certain she will love me too. I must be certain she will love me too. It is the only way. For a heart like yours, perhaps. So be it. The songs joined together in terrifying chorus, ringing like thunder. The mists flared to firmer form, a pair of starlight eyes now glaring back from within, and he saw at once that it was no shapeless cloud that surrounded the figures, but a glorious swan. Threads of brilliant magenta sparkled through the air and wound together in knots, until with a flash they took the shape of a ring. A golden ring encrusted with rubies, one that flowed not in a closed loop, but a small spiraling torque. It fell to Abram's trembling hands, almost weightless. Don't think that it has escaped my notice that we got into this area by placing a swan token. So, this area is very much themed around this particular spirit, the spirit of love. Take this ring and gift it to your beloved. She will love you with all her heart for as long as she wears it, but only while she wears it. The spirit vanished before he could utter a single word of thanks. It left him colder than even the mountain air. Abram rejoiced on his trek back to the village, for he knew his dream had come true. He would have his perfect wife, and she would never think to leave him. When next he saw poor Arame, he found the courage to offer her his gift. She was flattered, though uneasy from the suddenness, and humored him by trying it on. At once her worry melted away, and she felt only love like she had never felt before when she looked upon him. From that moment, she rarely left his side. Their love was known throughout the village, and they were married before long, her life given true purpose, or so she felt. She bore 2 sons with him and dedicated herself to raising them as the years passed by. She gave him everything. He gave her little. She did not care, for her love never seemed to wane. Until there came one fateful night, where she found herself alone tending to their homestead, while Abram was out hunting with their sons. There was a chill in the air, and the hearth burned dim. She went to place a new log upon the fire, yet when she drew near, a strange breeze flew down from the chimney and stoked the fire, made it lash out upon her. She shielded her face, and the flames licked at her hand. Everything became strange. Ah! The purple, not purple, magenta. The magenta fire, because of the torque. Everything became strange. The fire flickered a vibrant shade of magenta, and Arame became overwhelmed by the sense that her soul was separating from her body, somehow saw herself standing by the fire, as though through another's eyes. She could feel that the ring was the tether, and in her panic, forgot the promise she had made never to remove it. Pulled from her finger, all was normal again, except that now a strange coldness filled her body. She felt confused, uneasy as she looked around at her home. When she thought of her husband, she did not feel warmth, but something else, something troubling she could not quite place. Though it was the dead of night, she rushed at once through the bitter cold of winter to see the village sage. Divining was done and rituals tested. The sage told her, of course, that the ring did hold magic, and it shone with the light of a Marilan. Both women felt a pit of dreadful suspicion in their stomachs. She gave Arame the rare advice to seek out the spirit for answers, for the ring was their work, and rarely did this one answer mortals' pleas with cruelty. She set upon that mountain trail as soon as she was able, bundled tight with furs and leather, yet still her blood felt cold. The ring never left her tight-clenched fist. Alone she arrived at the love god's shrine, and knelt before the altar, laying only her ring in offering. "O great spirit of love, I beg you grant me answers," Arame called out. "Long have I loved my husband, Abram, of whom I thought the world. I have devoted my life to him, given him children. Yet as of late my heart feels distant, and when I think of him where once was comfort, I feel only dread. It was when I lost this ring, his first and kindest gift, that I felt this change, and our sage tells me it is yours. O spirit, please tell me, what purpose does its magic serve?" A soothing warmth spread across her skin. She likened it to her mother's embrace. "I am sorry, little flame. I am sorry, sweet Arame." The spirit's song was sweet and slow, yet carried distant sorrow. "I forged this ring at his request. The purpose he sought is what you fear." Even in the spirit's comforting aura, her hands began to tremble, her body weak. "Your husband's heart is black and vile. He saw in yours something to own. His affection was real, but tainted, perverse, while yours was never true." Arame was silent as the spirit vanished, its warmth pulling away with what seemed a parting kiss upon her brow. She took the ring with fragile hands and thought of the life she had, thought of the lie carved true by another's will. For a moment, just a moment, she felt an urge to place the ring back on her finger. Yet she could not bear to let herself drown in a lie, even a happy one, nor could she bear the grief of a life that was stolen. And so, she took the short way down. Wow, that is an incredibly poetic way to talk about suicide. Days passed before Abram at last found her body crumpled in the snow. He held her and grieved, cried tears for the loss of his perfect wife. Then he found clenched in her hand a ring wrenched free from a finger, and knew at once what had happened. He felt no regret nor remorse in that moment, only rage at being wronged. What's up with the plus and minus at the end of those lines? The spirit of love contains an avatar that is both male and female, like 2 separate avatars. And so it's marking the male half as with the pluses and the female half with the minuses. He marched upon the mountain shrine with fury that melted the snow in his wake. He brought no offering. He did not bow. "Spirit, what have you done?" Abram growled. "We had a deal. She was to love me for all time, but you turned her against me, didn't you? Answer me!" "Silence!" The spirit's song was a wrathful dirge, blaring loud with roaring scorn. Abram's heartbeat quickened to the point he felt ill, his skin flaring hot like a plague-born fever. "She died, distraught and alone, and all you care about is yourself. I warned you from the start that this would be the end. You were never worthy of her love." Abram clenched his fists, standing his ground despite the scorching heat and raging trill of the swan. "Not worthy? I gave her a family, I gave her a home, we were happy together." "You were happy. She was just a prize to you. All you ever did was deceive her. You never gave her the chance to love you. Too cowardly. Too afraid the truth would not suit you. You did not love yourself. You did not love her. You did not want love, you wanted control." Abram's voice trembled, but he tried to reply. "You were the one who granted me the ring. If I stole her, it was by your decree." He could get no more words out before ribbons of magenta light wrapped tight around his throat. "You begged for this. Do not shirk the blame now. What lengths would you have gone to had I denied your request? Would you have killed those you felt threatened your love? Would you have chained her so she could not leave you? Would you have ever accepted no as an answer? Selfishness leads only to suffering. You will never know true love. Live alone with your misdeeds, or join your beloved in the dirt." The spirit vanished with a deafening sting of sour notes. Abram finally gasped for breath. When he returned to the village, he was met with ire and scorn, exiled for his vileness, as through a vision Amerolan had bid the village sage to spread the word of his crimes. His children would not look him in the eye nor utter his name, though they honored their mother the best they could. Abram died miserable and alone. Of Ereme, some say she was ferried away from the moths and given new life as a spirit in the court of swans, as some penance from the great spirit for her fate. But of this there is no certainty, and it holds no bearing on this tale. And so it is, well and true, that a man did bargain with love, but the ruin was all his own. Wow. It's about that time. It is about that time. I want to finish this section. And then, once we're done here, I feel like there was another way to wander out of here that didn't involve... This doesn't have anything. Nothing there. I thought there was something down here, but maybe I can't travel that way. Here. Yeah, oh no, this is just the regular way out. Okay. Was there something else here? Something else to interact with? I thought there was another route, but maybe not. Did I do inquiry? It unlocked post-sentiment. Okay, great. Okay. Oh, I'm glad this worked. All right. This was exactly the progression I was looking for. Now, a bunch of stuff has opened up. So that's very cool. But S O M E A T N. There's a P over there. PIS. Sopmeatn PIS. Oh, there's more to it. There's okay. You know what? I'm trapped on this side now. I'm not trapped, but that's still no fun. Can I walk all the way back around? I think I can walk all the way back around. Come in there from the top, and then we'll figure that out next time. Yeah, all right. So we'll pause here. And come back to this on Tuesday. All right, cool. All right, so a brief struggle, and it turned out to be easier to resolve than I thought it was, but also involved a lot of random running around. So after this game, I'll be narrating the LOTR trilogy. I actually wouldn't mind doing an audiobook. I think it'd be a lot of work, and that does worry me a little bit. I don't know if my voice would hold out for the entirety of a book, but I wouldn't mind doing that. Maybe I could find some like auditions to be the narrator for an audiobook. I don't know. I'm not sure if it would work out. But it sounds like a neat thing to do. I mean, I like the idea of doing voice acting work generally, so maybe just not Lord of the Rings. Good heavens. Make me do War and Peace next. I don't think I'll be doing that either. But we'll definitely be doing a bunch more reading when we play this again next